world has gotten busier and different. Your life has changed. Maybe something you did last year you don't do anymore, and something you didn't do now you do. Things evolve. Certainly we have that with our online store, different items, switching to a new storefront. All those sorts of things come into play. ShipStation helps us achieve our shipping goals. That's right. Whether you're looking for better efficiency during the hectic holiday season, or your business has outgrown your old shipping solutions, you need ShipStation to help you scale your business. I love the automation. I love the simplicity. I love being able to not only learn it for myself, but instruct a coworker easily. Scale your e-commerce business with the shipping software that delivers. Switch to ShipStation today. Go to ShipStation.com. Use code Theo to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com. Code THEO.
Right now, people like you as an influencer, it's targeted.
Yeah, we get stopped for things, and we have to take certain things down, things that we think are just fair speech. We have to put it all through a filter.
I'm more worried about our foreign adversaries, and most worried about our foreign adversaries starting to compromise our utilities, water, power, and even our cars, because that's the thing that's happening even here and now.
Really?
You could do a search online for something called Volt Typhoon.
How do you spell it?
Volt, like electrical.
Okay, Volt.
Typhoon, like a big storm. And the FBI have been warning everyone that right now,
Volt Typhoon, a cybersecurity expert explains that Chinese hackers targeting U.S. critical infrastructure. What is this? Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Right now, what they're doing is they're studying home systems to be used to attack other systems. Because first is they're attacking the programmable controllers, which control the flow of water into our taps. They're controlling the flow of electricity into our homes. And a lot of those systems, for much of the country, are not protected. The deal is that most of the country, for our rural water systems, rural electrical systems, they don't have the resources to protect them. So a Chinese hacker, a Chinese military hacker, could get in there
and sway our elections and stuff?
Well,
to sway our waterways, sway if we have access to water?
Well, what they can do is turn off the water supply. And so if, let's suppose you wanted to invade a small island country, which was our ally, and if the other country, our adversary, wanted to discourage us from fighting on behalf of our ally, they could just start shutting off water and power. And, if they did that, that would kind of ruin your day. For that matter, they could compromise cars, which are internet devices.
Oh, that's true, especially as cars become more electric.
Yeah.
More like digital, really.
Yes. They could shut off your car, stall it out in the middle of rush hour traffic. If they did that in a city like New York, if they could just do 100 cars, that stalls traffic indefinitely.
Yeah, you do that, and then they shut the power down, and now things are getting really weird.
Yeah. And all they would have to do is show that you do it, and that would do many things. It is not replacing shooting wars.
Yeah.
But it's more powerful. Like in World War II, the war came to our shores literally. In whatever's happening next, it's going to be another mind-clouding action wherein we need to protect our homes. Utility companies need to protect them. We're trying to build a networks of networks where everyone can protect each other. I'm not the guy to really be called a hero.
Right.
Because that would require social skills. And remember, I'm a nerd.
But you can be a sports nerd, don't you?
But the deal is that as our issue is called out here, as I point out that many utilities are not protected, I'm going to piss off a lot of people.
Think so? I'd be upset. I don't understand that part.
Well, sometimes people kill the messenger, and I got to, I'll do it carefully. We're ramping up sewing. Um, we have this Pause Click Run campaign. So when you get a suspicious email, that could be phishing. And our adversaries are really smart. They're as smart as our guys. And the reason why to fight back, I need to consider helping out a new group being funded at Vanderbilt.
At Vanderbilt?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's where I live in Tennessee.
Well, they just started within the past couple weeks, started a new facility, which is going to be led by General Paul Nakasone, who led, I think it was Cyber Command. And they have this philosophy of defense forward, where they're not waiting for the adversary to come and get us. They're taking more active measures.
And that's a big concern for you. So that's something you donate to, right?
Well, that's a big area. One big area, veterans and military families, and I've now committed to 200 million.
Wow.
And I've already spent more than that here. For cybersecurity, I've also committed a couple hundred million. This is not altruistic. It's just what I was raised with. It's just me following through with basics. And I got the cash. I'm not marked for luxuries. I do get all the streaming services I want, and I do have a larger TV than I should.
I won't say anything.
Yeah. Um, and beyond that, well, again, back to Sunday school, you learn when enough is enough.
Right, you have to give back. Yeah, we talk about that on here sometimes. I wonder if there's going to be a law. I mean, we couldn't make it a law, but that at a certain point, people, somebody doesn't need any more money, you know, like, because then it becomes, you see some people, they just have so, it's like, what are you doing? Like, you know, it becomes almost this obsessive thing where, I don't know, it seems scary to think that some people have so much money.
Well, I don't judge anyone. Everyone decides what's right for themselves, and that's none of my business.
Okay.
I figure I should put my money where my mouth is, and then try to get some good stuff done, make the occasional mistake, and some of my decisions weren't great, but they weren't really mistakes.
You mean like in what, investing and stuff like that, you mean? Or
Well,
just,
I don't invest really.
okay.
I do, I guess, yeah, what in the lyrics slave movement and the related financial stuff, in the 70s, early 70s, there was this idea of capital appropriation, which inflation was really rising. So people were finding assets which where they could preserve their capital. Of course, I was in college, I didn't have much,
Right.
but I invest in the literal sense very little. I just want to keep what I have for nonprofits and some for myself, and I want to keep that safe.
Yeah.
And but that's the old libertarian background. These days, my philosophy is much more mixed because I'm, told in Sunday school and elsewhere that you do want to, well, now and then you want to be your brother's or sister's keeper. Now and then you want to help people out who need a hand. How you do that effectively, no one knows the real answers to it. But I can do a couple things. Not altruistic, it's just basic. And I learned all that over 60 years ago. I mean, I realized recently how formative that was. That's when I started reading science fiction.
Mm. Yeah, it's funny how those young years, the little things you'll keep. I still remember like certain things that I told someone I would do like 25 years ago, and every day, every couple of days, someone's like, "Hey, don't forget, you still have to do that little thing," you know. It's funny how like those formative years and things that we hear when we're young um, can have such an effect on us even as we grow older. Um, I want to talk a little bit more about the actual site. So the company starts growing, right? And in addition to people helping each other get jobs, people were helping each other. People were starting relationships on there. I went on dates off of Craigslist before, you know.
That's
Did you?
first
I
wagon.
don't know. Did you?
No,
Right.
I
Really?
always thought with conflict of interest, and
Yeah, that's true. You're like, hey, I'm Ted.
well, I got
Wow. And so you have to cut some social awkwardness. What was that like for you?
I decided I would take a big chance.
Yeah, I've been there, dude.
And told her that she's beautiful. The guy next to me, she tells me, rolled his eyes.
Yeah.
And because he rolled his eyes, that's why she started talking to me. And
Oh, wow. So there was a little bit of some empathy there, human empathy.
uh, well, it could have been a chilly discussion.
That's another way of saying
But
empathy, yeah.
obviously I charmed her.
Yeah, that's a
And
spirit.
so last
Yeah,
night
it's
we were at this
pretty easy to do in
fundraiser
more civilian.
because I think she wanted to meet Jerry Seinfeld in particular,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't blame her. I had nothing to say. I was tongue-tied, but that's how I normally act when I talk to celebrities, particularly if they're backstage and there's a show going on.
Yeah.
And having done a little bit of that, you got to get your head into the moment, and you don't want a distraction.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. You just want to kind of be a fly on the wall in some sense.
Yeah.
Wow. So you started off, you said hello in a cafe, and then how long was that? Was your relationship? How long did that kind of dating life go for you guys?
Well, after about 9 years, I think, I brought her over to. I showed her Facebook on the street. I don't really use it anymore, but I said, "Is it okay if I change my relationship status to engaged?" And it took her a moment, but she said, "Oh, that's good." Because I calculated at that point that parental pressure had grown significantly.
From yours and hers?
Hers.
Okay.
And that worked out pretty well.
That's a pretty suave online move. That's almost the most online way you could ask someone to marry you. You know?
Well, I hate to say it, but if you consider that suave, you may also be a bit of a nerd.
I think when it comes to very like talking with women, it's not my I wouldn't
Yeah, I
you're not
yeah
Yeah,
okay. That's
yeah
a
yeah,
cliche again. I
yeah
yeah.
I'm
How
still
many
so
fucking times are you gonna
selective.
say yeah?
Sometimes I can disguise that,
yes
but that's still me, and it's not going to change now that I'm in my sunset years.
yeah. Sometimes it doesn't go away. You kind of start to learn it. I think I just had I had the tough thing of asking a girl out. Like sometimes I'm okay with talk. I'll get good with talking with a woman, but it's just that next part. We'll just be standing there, and we'll be like, well, somebody should ask somebody out or walk away from somebody, and then you're just still standing there.
Yeah. Well, that's the purpose of misconnections.
Yeah.
Which anecdotally I know works once in a while because I've encountered over years a bunch of couples which have gotten married.
Right. Off of misconnections.
Yes. And I like that a great deal. It is romantic in a understated way.
Oh yeah. Well, how did that start? How did that misconnection start?
Well, Jim decided he wanted to put it up. He was the boss then, so he did.
Oh, Jim was the guy running the company at that point.
When I realized that, again, I'm a terrible manager, I not only hired Jim, who's a good manager, Jim Buckmaster.
Jim Buckmaster, yeah.
You'll see pictures of us together, and if it looks like we're at eye level, it's because I'm standing in a box.
He's a smaller guy.
He's a big guy.
Oh,
he's taller than me.
he's a taller guy. Okay.
So it makes for the
There you are. He actually knew everybody.
That's the old office space, and I was the one who suggested there be a drag there.
Yeah.
And kudos to the guys for being really good employees like us.
Boardwhip.org. Yeah, man. Well, you guys were the first one to do .org. People were like, "What is it?" People thought it meant Oregon. People didn't even know what is it.
It was early use of it, and our approach was to be this minimal monetization thing, and there was no categories filled out online, so that caught the spirit and worked.
Yeah. And so misconnections. Do you remember like the first misconnection that was ever put up, or the first personal that was ever put up? I'm sure people ask you that a lot.
Don't remember much of that at all. Um, I Everything is a blur, and unfortunately, I wasn't smart enough to keep a lot of records. and so a lot is lost. Like from the Internet Archive in the Wayback Machine, I could see the first site that I put up was mid or late '96, and that was pretty good. And I evolved that kind of minimal style. But right now, our site hasn't changed much in appearance.
Yeah.
In 40 years.
Why is that?
Well, I talked to a lot of people, and they want it simple, fast, effective. They want what you see is what you get. And we've heard from a lot of designers who want fancy. And fancy may not be the answer for a lot of things. Sometimes, you do see something which is impressive, fancy, and yet effective, but that seems to be the minority.
Yeah. Yeah. Vintage, you know what you want. What do you want?
Yeah.
You want heavy equipment outside of South Jersey. What do you want? You want biotech out of, in Mendocino. You want legal issues. You want ride share. You want rodeo interests outside of Fort Worth. It's all right there.
Yeah.
You can put it together quick. Even someone who isn't technologically advanced could go here, and even the terms you have on there, it's like child care, right? Pet, ranch and raised. It's just anything you could use is kind of right here.
And that means the site is always fast. And
because it's not a lot of big backend
Yeah.
training. Wow.
And see, we helped people in the tens of millions or more with freelancing. But
With
also,
jobs, you mean, and selling things.
Exactly, which I was the services. But also, the site is so simple, we've shown tens or maybe hundreds of millions of Americans that the internet could be useful and reasonably easy to use. And that meant a lot of people who may have been hesitant to get on the net. They get on the net, and again, that's fairness for everyone. That's treating people like you want to be treated, and that ain't right.
Yeah. Fairness, that's an important word, huh? It's important to you.
Very much so, because we try. Sometimes it's hard. There are often tough decisions need to be made, and but Jim took over after the company, and maybe he's done a better job than I ever could. He'd make for a great customer service rep.
What made you choose Jim Buckmaster? What was it about him when you interviewed him?
He believed in the mission, and he was good on the technology side because he, in a way, had two jobs, manager and programmer, because getting good programmers is hard. And Jim, over time, hired a tech staff, everyone better at the job than ever.
Wow. That's cool. It's also cool to hear you recognize that. Like, yeah, these people are better than I was, to learn where your spaces were best.
Yeah, I'm funnier than I am, but that's may not be a high bar. They did sometimes do great things, and like they would sometimes pull out great ads of all sorts, particularly with connections. And for a while running best of Craigslist, although I haven't looked at that in a while. You see, with the philanthropy stuff I'm doing, that's consuming. I'm now working harder than I've ever been, because I guess I am in a mission. Vets and their families need our help.
So that's one of your important causes. I know independent journalism, veterans. What is another philanthropic cause you were doing?
Specifically also active service members and their families.
Okay.
Without going on a whim, I'm shocked that military families aren't paying enough to get both a good place to live and food.
Yeah.
And the model used to be the volunteer army would be singled out. Well, with a lot of families, they're relocated with us 600,000 times a year.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where Blue Star Families comes in. I can go on a great unplanned stock roll.
But that's the name of the organization that you help support?
Yes. The Honorable Foundation for Vets.
Okay.
25 million from last night.
Wow.
And I happen to have a meeting, an event with Blue Star Families which could also use something like that, but which I won't reenact.
A fundraising event. Well, if you guys ever need a comedian, what I'd love to come. I can't believe it. I wish I'd have known last night. I would have gone. That would have been awesome.
Well, the connection is to Caroline Birch,
Okay.
who used to run Caroline's and now runs the New York Comedy Festival.
Yeah, that's the one on this thing.
Yeah, that's a world I know nothing about. I kind of would like to, but people are busy. I should do other things. The Comedy Cellar is down the street from me. I've never gone in.
Really?
Yeah, well, they seem to be booked all the time.
Yeah, they're pretty, and it's limited seating too in there.
Yeah, and they're supposed to have at least one more space. And yeah, I should get off my butt and do something. But there's always lots more, not only my own work, but let's say my in-laws need some help.
Oh yeah, they always do.
Fortunately, we can do a good job about that. But I got to stay focused on the areas where I'm doing some good.
Right.
The cybersecurity part is part of that because this is the new world.
And did you start to learn that? Where did that interest come from? Or where did that realization that cybersecurity is going to be such a big thing? Were there a lot of like attacks on security at Craigslist? Like, did that happen?
Well, there was always something, but we had a good team for that.
Right. But do you have to have that? Like, say if someone was attacking Craigslist, this is what I'm asking. What would they be trying to get?
Well, they would be trying to disrupt service.
Okay.
They would try to steal proprietary information, which did happen.
What do proprietary information mean? I'm sorry.
Proprietary information at any company is like secret information, like payroll, client list. We didn't have much of that because we were a simple classified site. But people thought that we had some quote unquote secret sauce.
Yeah, some big fancy
And
stuff.
and the irony is that that was never the case. And yet people would try to do things. There were some problems with leakages of that information. But the problem that I'm not concerned with that at Craigslist now. I'm concerned. Well, I've been reading about this for decades, and now I see that an adversary would do something like, well, they would try to a kind of warfare would be to try to jam or hack a drone.
Right.
If they turn your drone against you, you're going to have a bad day. If it's an autonomous drone, one that's figuring out where the enemy is for itself, if they could subvert it, they would turn our autonomous drone back against us. That would make for someone's bad day.
Yeah, imagine if we sent out a drone and it's supposed to get information, send it to artillery unit or a missile that's supposed to fire automatically, claim information from that drone, and they're able to hack it. We could literally, our army themselves.
There's a lot of mundane things like our hot water heaters at home are becoming internet connected, so sometimes they can diagnose it remotely. Boilers like that in factories, there are painting robots, and those things, if hacked, they could start running them at high. An oven could be just told to run at high until it burns, causes a fire, and if there's a few fires like that, the first responders can deal with it. But if there's 1,000, you have a problem.
Yeah, somebody hacks your oven. Didn't even think about that. Somebody hacks your oven. Next thing you know, there's 1,100 fires in an area.
Now the deal is that there's room for optimism for help because there are already people who are really good at dealing with this. What I'm doing is gathering together, funding them so that they could work together, starting to work with local governments everywhere through the country, starting to come up with, let's say, some best practices because we have some breathing space here.
Got it.
And the idea is that water supplies, power supplies, they also go down because of natural disasters. They need to be resilient. They need to be where you knock them down, they can come back up in a small amount of time.
Well, it's even funny, like even with drones, like when I was a kid, you had to do a little bit of beeping time. wanted to, somebody wanted you to go over there.
I
Now,
don't know anything about that.
yeah, I'm not saying you do.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and and I'm not saying I do. You know what I'm saying? But I did. But yeah, I know. But yeah, somebody here does, and it's me. But what I'm saying is this: now as a kid, you can use a drone,
Uh,
and that's the laziest thing. You had to go risk getting beat up by a woman's husband to look in their window, even if they were just cooking or whatever, right? I'm not getting lewd with it. I'm just saying, But now you can just get a drone and go do it. It's like just breaks my heart something like
well,
that stuff.
in Manhattan, apparently that's illegal. And like, oh, right now I wonder, I might have boys.
Yeah,
I would get a drone and I would be bored with it after a few minutes.
yeah.
My neighbor kids would enjoy it because they would learn how to use it really well, and their parents have vetoed the idea for the reason you mentioned.
I'm sure. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because I'm still like just squinting real hard, hoping I'm seeing something.
Hey, shout
You
out to
know?
Stunner
It's a
Stud.
big problem in New York.
Stunner
Yeah,
Stud.
that's awesome.
You're
Lots
amazing,
of
dog.
big problems. Lots of big cities all near each other, and they contested airspace because we need the cops to have more.
Right. It's just getting great. Yeah. It's just you don't think about all those things. You don't think about all the ways that we can be hacked from the immediate effects of it.
Right. So we need to protect ourselves in all sorts of ways, and
I like how
that's why the idea is to build
it's literally
networks of
burned
people,
into the
networks of
fucking screen.
volunteers who are whether in let's say the nonprofit world,
Why does that
in
happen?
the NGO world,
I don't think
and
anybody
government, and
knows.
they cooperate with enterprises.
Man, Theo
Like
Vaughn, I love
we're
how
at the
fucking dumb he
it
is.
looks like World War II.
Man,
We look out for each
he's
other.
like
Everyone tries to
eating
play their part,
a bacon
and
cheeseburger on the
we're
back of
looking
a
out for each other in
pickup
that
truck in
positive way.
fall,
That
not
we
really,
have,
maybe
Yeah.
late summer.
and
Maybe it was like
like
one of those,
right
one
now,
of those. Well, how do you say it? How do you say it in today's day? Well, we used to back in the day. We used to call it Now I don't mean to offend anybody by saying it, but we would call it the Indian summer. But it was just like well, it was just innocent. You know what I mean? It's just like innocent.
When Craigslist, at what point were there ever categories that you wouldn't do? Were there ever?
um, right early on, we heard in large numbers that people didn't want gun sales on the site. And there I am thinking, because I still have some influence there, there are constitutional rights there, but one of them is property rights. So if you're the site, it's your property, you get to set the rules, so you decide what's right and wrong there. So I believe in property rights and freedom of choice, and that's what you exercise. And that's what people do through the net. It's your site, your thing. You decide what the rules are.
So you were able to. So you actually got to decide that or not decide it, or you and your team.
Team.
Okay.
I had an opinion, but I wanted the team, such as it was, to work it out. Um, that was a little bit of good management, but I couldn't consistently deliver good leadership. And even now, I'm not a top-down kind of leader. Maybe I could lead by example. My frustration was that I want to be able to lead by example when it comes. There's a lot of people with a lot of discretionary money, billionaires, who maybe could be doing really good stuff with that. And I'd like to have the skills to inspire them.
Understood.
I don't have those skills.
Well, I don't even. I mean, I think even here today, the things that you care about are things that sometimes I don't even think to care about in some ways, or fears that I don't think that you don't even think that
I
somebody
think I
has
will
to.
think about
We need to have
philosophy every time I hear
person needs
all
to
the good
donate to
stuff.
this because maybe our country isn't worried about it enough
It's
yet.
just like these people.
So I think you're
Fuck
telling me
yeah.
you're doing a good job. When you did your company? Because I'm trying to think so guns was a thing. Did you guys end up selling them on there or no?
No, we said no guns,
Uh-huh.
and
Swords, anything?
I I have a feeling swords are okay, but I've never thought about it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some. Yeah, I mean,
But drugs are legal. They're off.
so drugs are off. but people would try to skirt around that. But even then, some of that was sometimes also. Now, were there ever like could the cops use your site as well if they wanted to like as decoy type of stuff?
I hear gossip about that. I don't know how true that really is.
Right, because you don't know, right?
I do know that the cops have used the site in different ways to fight crime.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, let's suppose they think they see a stolen item being listed on the site, then they would, well, this is true for anything on the web. If a cop sees something they think is wrong and they're shy of doing something about it, they send a subpoena or a search warrant to the site, and then the site, the operators usually pass it to their lawyers, and then the site operators provide the forensic evidence to the cops, which again is like CSI or just fighting crime victims. The deal is in this country we have these checks and balances in the Constitution and Bill of Rights, and the founders of the country did a really good job of that.
Yeah.
There are amendments and so on, which we only thought of years after, but the people who did the initial work did great work, and it, for the most part, stands up today.
They built a good structure there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's funny because you guys, it was, yeah, just like it's such a part of history, it's such a, I mean, I went on dates. I remember I met a girl. I met a girl on. I mean, I would use casual encounters too. It's like that was sometimes. I met a girl one time, and we watched a Nets game and made love, honestly, and she wanted me to sign her cast, right? And I was like, and we had a great time. I think we dated for.
Well, there's no accounting for taste.
Yeah.
But I'm glad.
Yeah, I know. Who wants to be a Nets fan?
Your guys can remember that one for later years.
Oh, maybe we absolutely met up once. Um, but there was a place, I was like, I had such a tough time at a certain point in my life dating. There was something that added a level of mystery about it that I really liked.
I've never thought about that.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone works differently. Everyone does have different tastes, and that's none of my business.
Yeah.
As long as it's legal.
Oh, yeah. It was legal. Did you It's funny to say that people started marriages. So people even got married off of putting out a dating. Like, I would like to meet someone.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you ever get invited to a wedding?
I have gotten invited a number of times. I'm not much for ceremonies or galas or anything like that. And my relatives know this very well. I have a dispensation to not go to some of the more obscure events on my wife's side. And on the record, I'm very grateful.
I think your comedy's getting better.
I promised if I'm offered open mic night, I will not do it.
Is pornography causing a problem in your life? Do you find yourself watching porno for longer periods of time and having trouble stopping? Is porn affecting your relationship or dating life? Well, you're certainly not alone. Watching pornography has become so commonplace today, and oftentimes men use porn to numb the pain of loneliness, boredom, anxiety, and depression. Shame and stigma prevent men from talking about these issues and getting help for them. I want to introduce you to my friend Steve. Steve is the founder of Valor Recovery, a program to help men overcome porn abuse and sexual compulsivity. Steve is a long-term sexual recovery member and has personally overcame the emotional and spiritual despair of abusing pornography and has dedicated his life to empowering men to do the same. Steve is an amazing person, and he is a close friend of mine. I mean that. Valor Recovery helps men to develop the tools necessary to have a healthier sex life. Their coaches are in long-term recovery and will be your partner, mentor, and spiritual guide to transcend these problematic behaviors. To learn more about Valor Recovery, please visit them at www.valorrecoverycoaching.com or email them at admin@valorrecovery.com.
I haven't sold it yet.
Oh, you haven't sold it. Okay, sorry.
Here's the history to prevent some confusion.
Okay.
I gave a guy some equity. I made it a gift.
Okay.
On the expectation that he will deliver.
Mm-hmm.
That may have not happened,
Mm-hmm.
but he wanted to sell.
Mm-hmm.
Sold to eBay.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't work out, and we bought that equity back from eBay.
Nice.
Now, what I've done is I had a chunk of equity stock, and again, thinking I don't need this, so I created a 501c4 foundation, put all the equity in there, and that's what generates dividends and sales.
Okay.
And that's what I'm using to fund these things.
Ah.
So I now have a good idea of how much money I have to give away in the rest of my life.
Okay, so you can look at the dividends and how many.
That's the final step.
Mm-hmm.
And I figure I've got 5 to 20 years,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I know roughly how fast I should live. And my trouble is that I'm 72, and 20 years out, I may have to conduct due diligence via a seance.
Yeah.
And Ouija boards don't have the bandwidth I need. So I may just come back and haunt me here.
Yeah. Hey, that would be awesome. Yeah. Oh, I could definitely see a spirit looking for a place to stay. You know.
You have an excellent point there, although computers don't operate that way in the afterlife. Although I'm making an assumption now that there must have.
So no, so you still own it.
Oh, this is an important distinction. I now own no equity. It's in that foundation, 501c4.
Okay, so the company was transferred into a foundation or sold or
Well,
something.
my parts of it, other people gave chunks to the company.
Got it.
And they do what's right for them.
Okay.
Me, what's right for me is frankly to keep a little for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because the wife insists that she buys house.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so we have some left over, which we do share with our family.
Mm-hmm.
And but the vast bulk of it is now for charity. I mean, just yesterday, a guy, I guess an economist, analyzed what I would have made had I done the usual Silicon Valley thing. He said now I'd be worth 11 billion.
If you had saved the company and just sold it.
If I did the usual,
Right.
and maybe he's right. I didn't understand the analysis,
Right.
but I don't know what I would do with it.
$11 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you even do? How many? Yeah. Because how much money can you put in your bank?
Uh, well, I don't think about it. There are some luxuries I like, but I don't own a car.
Really?
Apparently, between the subway and Uber cabs or Lyft, that's what I need.
Yeah.
And again, this is not altruistic or anything like that. This is just being sensible.
And altruistic, just so our listeners know.
Altruistic means that you sometimes value helping other people more than yourself.
Okay.
It's the Bible thing,
Right.
and I agree. I just my variation of uh, have enough to be comfortable and to indulge a family,
Mm-hmm.
maybe friends sometimes, and then better to give stuff away. It's a difficult balance because the future is unpredictable, and I guess it's gotten more unpredictable. But there are people who need a lot, where I can help,
Yeah.
without digging into my personal stuff.
Yeah. Understood. Yeah. I just wanted to know because yeah, sometimes I forget, and sometimes maybe some of our listeners forget. Did you ever feel like other tech companies, even though they were probably I bet secretly jealous, looked down at Craigslist because it was this like what was that like? I just wonder.
Oh, they're quite explicit. They don't. It's not a secret. They don't like this model we have of doing well by doing good. Um, Sometimes if they were not respectful of it, and that's okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, I remember what I learned in Sunday school, and people often forget. And again, not parasiting or anything like that.
No, I think it's fair to stand up for also what you were aiming for.
But I've met a bunch of rich people. None of them are not all that happy.
Yeah.
And yeah, having money is a big trap, and you get surrounded by people, by yes men, and you get insulated from the needs of regular people, and that does some real damage.
How do you keep yourself balancing that? Yeah, because it's interesting because you seem like someone who would have a clear answer to what are some of the side effects, the negative side effects of
Well, the deal is that
of money, of having some money, or coming into some money.
yeah, the deal is to be a little bit as cheap as I was when I grew up in the 50s, and to do things for yourself or by yourself, like especially going across town. I don't need to rent a car. The subway is usually better, and so I do that. Although I did get here, I had to know that someone else paid for it,
Yeah,
and they really wanted to.
really.
So the deal is that I now and then I will go to fancy dinners.
Oh yeah, that's nice. You have to treat yourself to good
Well,
food.
the thing is that you find good food a lot more cheaply and with a little bit more fun. And but a lot of those things I just don't get. Um, and I wouldn't mind having a smaller house, but the life's side of the family is very, very large. I have one nephew and one niece. The nephew just got married. My happiest time that one.
Yeah.
However, my on my wife's side, we have 20 nephew and nieces.
Oh, that's too many.
Well, mostly what I've learned control my language because I don't want to catch too many of my relatives, and it works out pretty well. Typically, I know, as they say, that when the kid is allowed to watch HBO and allowed to use saltier language.
Oh yeah, I like that, buddy. Yeah, only salt in our languages. Um, yeah, I was just wondering, was there one thing like it was whether it was a something like a like a like a specific Leonard Cohen piece, a record that he made, that he autographed. Was there one nice thing that you bought for yourself that what was something that was meaningful to you?
I bought some of the prints that he made.
Oh, you did? Okay.
He's an artist for real. The thing which I regret is that around here there was an auction of a lot of his letters and stuff, and I should have overindulged myself.
Yeah.
Um, but it was the first auction I actually seriously participated in, and I just didn't get anything.
Yeah, man.
Another thing I didn't have anything in color. I did his black and white prints, and some of the ones are just pop. The ones in the middle right now, two of them I think I have.
That's cool.
Yeah, except for the one that Rothschild will have one.
Really?
Yeah, but they didn't have that one on the sheet.
Wow. Yeah, something like that's nice, man. Especially if it's art or something like that. It's like, if I could go back in time, it was like a time. One time I was in Tanzania, you know, and I was doing Mount Kilimanjaro hiking, right? And afterwards we went someplace. They had a piece of art in there, and it was like $500, right? And I could spend like maybe $300, but I wished I'd have spent because going like it was 15 years ago, and it's like the $200 wouldn't have changed my life that much. It was a lot of money at the time, but it's like I didn't even think about it 2 weeks later or 2 months later. So I just wish that I would have got because I really liked the painting. I was like, God, sometimes I wish like every now and then there's little things like that. I wish I'd have gotten like a nice piece of art or something.
Yeah, and let's see, on my side of the house, that's the biggest investment I've made now. My wife is an art major, so she knows this stuff, and a lot of it these days is cheap at auction, and she's good at that. And she's gotten good at a number of things, including free acrylic signing.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
That's her new hobby,
Oh
and
yeah.
she's good at it.
um, I'm trying to think of something else. Were there other? So Texas was kind of the the stepchild of the tech industry in a weird way. Was it looked at like that? Because I can imagine how jealous. Because here's people putting billions and millions of dollars into building this big capitalists and stuff like that, and then they all this advertising, and here you are with this basic kind of peer-to-peer. How can I offer something that could potentially help my neighbor or connect two neighbors that could use something? Yeah.
We've always been an outlier, as one person put it. We're one of the few unidentified sites on the net.
Yeah.
And I guess we like it that way. Nothing has, not everything has to be expensive or fancy.
Yeah.
To give credit to a site I consider unidentified, that's Wikipedia. Wikipedia is where facts go to live. And in the long run, Wikipedia, I think, is the most equipped of all sites. I work with them, and even in New York, I'm working with their local chaplain to give classes Wikipedia capability.
Really?
But when you get to write an article or change an article, that gives you a lot of power, just in a small way, to determine how people think of things you get to write history.
Oh, it's not true. There's stuff in my Wikipedia like attaching to like a part of my family, like they have half my family members wrong on it and stuff, and like and it's crazy. I'm like, all right.
The deal, unlike newspapers, well, they don't correct themselves normally, especially not in a big way. But in Wikipedia, you can do that, and basically you can get a good citation, some evidence of what's going on, and then send it to someone who knows how to edit it,
And they can do it.
they can do
Oh,
that.
wow.
And yes, you guys know how to get hold of me,
Okay.
and then I know how to get hold of someone who knows how to video.
At least how
I
to
have
do it.
not gone the class yet,
Okay.
and yeah, the deal is that the system is imperfect, but it's better than anything everyone else has tried.
Yeah, sure.
And things do get fixed. It may not happen as fast as everyone wants, but again, there's things, let's say in the newspaper of record, things that are wrong, and people start being presented to them, and they just want them fixed.
Yeah.
And that,
And they don't want to?
I don't understand.
It isn't a safe history for them?
Well, it is a something like it. Yeah, something was wrong. It was clearly wrong, and they said there weren't going to be truths or validity. And I guess I disagree.
Yeah.
Shittiest
Yeah, that's
fucking
interesting.
site.
Well, that's a big thing about information now. It's like it's something I worry about with AI because if there's and even just the history of the web, like things in the history of the web, since people can alter that over time.
Uh, there's big problems with that now. A number of AI systems are feeding, and the output of other AI systems, which could be very exciting, or it could be
Compromised.
yeah, that's one way to do that. And I like the idea of uh, really good AI replacing or supplementing search. But I agree about that also, because even at the largest cognitive scale, I can get the AI systems to produce wrong information. And I talk about it with some of the people I have discussions and hope that they get it right. I do have a lot of hope for AI doing customer service, because if it's done with commitment, if it's done right, um, it can be done much better. Because sometimes, like you call up for a customer service, you get a call center someplace where they just don't know how to do it, they don't know. And I try to be kind to people who have been effectively sabotaged by their management. Sometimes I become less impatient than I should be. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'll call a customer service and they're like, we don't even know what you're talking about, but they still answer the phone. And who are you?
Yeah. And yeah, instead of complaining about that, I'm trying to talk about it, and I am putting my money where my mouth is, like the consumer reports, which I'm involved with and working with AI.
Is it the magazine website?
Yeah,
Okay.
because they're trustworthy, and the idea is that I would enjoy working with an AI system
can't open it. And then I say, I'm stubborn. Like, I'm stubborn. And I we were into sin, but to me, that was very funny.
Well,
You're like, I can't open it. And I was like, I don't know if you could open it or not. I was just trying to, I don't know. But I was like, oh, can I help you? And then you're like, I'm stubborn. But to me, in my head, I was like, you can't open it, but the bottle's stubborn. Anyway,
well,
this didn't make any sense.
my deal is that as an old man, I'm happy when I can still do some things.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Um, you talked a lot about independent journalism, right? And that's something that, like, I've read anyway, is near and dear to your outlook in the world.
Okay. Well, what we learned in U.S. history in this high school class is that a free and trustworthy press is just required to keep the republic alive. And the whole media system is fractured in all sorts of unpredictable ways. You're part of that. I'm a lesser part of it. And I don't know what to do now, except that I try to support things that I know work, like the journalism school at the City University of New York.
Okay.
And Wikipedia is now modern journalism. There are other things that I try to help, but I'm confused and I'm kind of paralyzed as I'm on this. So I do a lot in the past, but these days I just trying to focus in those areas where I can help Americans defend the country because that's a well-defined word which we need in a big way right now. Like uh, service members, active or veteran, and their families have given up a lot for us. Freeland tried to do something about that. Several referrals is a thing, and it needs help because the government can do some stuff, but everyone needs better help. Like in World War II, everyone needs to harden their systems a little bit, depending on how much of a target you are.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't realize until you said some of those things. Like, what if suddenly all of our cars were compromised, or half of them, or all of our ovens were compromised to the point where they started fires in all of our homes? That was just kind of fascinating to me.
Well, there was also I read too much science fiction one time, and if 1% of those systems were compromised, that alone is a big problem.
You learn to realize it. Were there other businesses that you tried to start before or after?
No, I'm not a real businessman. It's been a happy accident. I'm like any success I've had has been by accidentally being in the right time at the right place, and that makes me the forest stump of the internet.
But also with the right attitude to bring one person to another, try to keep the golden rule in your mind, things you learned from Sunday school. Um, what about, are your parents pretty proud of you? Are your parents still alive, for instance?
They passed long ago.
Oh, they did.
I'm sure they would be. I know that my high school history teacher learned about his contributions to all my stuff. He heard about it while he was still around, and that was a big deal.
Oh, that probably meant a lot, huh?
Yeah. And look, his teachers work hard for little pay.
Oh, yeah.
So anytime they have any long-term effect is a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. I still keep in touch with a lot of my teachers. It's important to me.
I should, but at my age there may not be many left.
That's how we gotta get that Ouija board going.
Yes.
I think that's the next level. What are some small, before you leave, Craig, what are some goals in your life like right now? I know you've talked about some of them kind of work oriented and giving back. Are there any kind of personal goals, or are there anything like, I don't know, is there any kind of goals you have even for just like human yourself, things you still want to learn or do?
Professionally, I want cybersecurity to be a household word that everyone takes seriously. Personally, I'll be glad if the dentist tomorrow uses nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
And I will make the same joke over again. That is, can I take the bottle home? And he will refuse it. But we like to do that.
No, we do like to do that. I think that's good. All right, John.
for 90 minutes.
Well, look, I do know if you really want to get some nice exercise, I can assign some on Craigslist.
I I've been advised by my medical team against it. All I can remember, well, for sure, is like the Batman says, "I'm not the nerd you want, but I'm the nerd you got."
Man, I don't know how. Somehow, I almost get your sense of humor now, Craig. It's very interesting.
That might be tragic.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. Thank you for. I just like some. I like your initial goals of like. My goal is to help one person find something. This person's in need. This person might have this. How can I be of service there? Um, Learning when you notice that I'm not a good manager of this, so I need to get some help here. Right? It's not a strong suit of mine. Maybe this world, but it's a customer relations is a strong suit of mine. And that's interesting just because sometimes we all feel like we have to do everything in different spaces. And then yeah, and I'm glad you found a lady along the way. How long has your marriage been now?
Married 12 and together 20.
That's great.
And it's good that I'm better at remembering those dates than she is.
Yeah, amen. Greg Newmark, thank you so much, man.
Hey, it's my pleasure.
Appreciate your time.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones.
I have some new tour dates to let you know about. I'll be in East Lansing. I'll be in Toledo.
Joe Rogan podcast, chickadoo. Why? Joe Rogan podcast, chickadoo.
Following is a conversation with Sam Harris, the second time in the podcast. As I said 2 years ago when I first met and spoke with Sam, he's one of the most influential, pioneering thinkers of our time. As the host of the Making Sense podcast, creator of the Waking Up app, and the author of many seminal books on human nature and the human mind, including The End of Faith, The Moral Landscape, Lying, Free Will, and Waking Up. In this conversation, besides our mutual fascination with AGI and free will, we do also go deep into controversial, challenging topics of Donald Trump, Hunter Biden, January 6th, vaccines, lab leak, Kanye West, and several key figures at the center of public discourse, including Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, both of whom have been friends of Sam and have become friends of mine. Somehow, in an amazing life trajectory that I do not deserve in any way, and in fact believe is probably a figment of my imagination. And if it's alright, please allow me to say a few words about this personal aspect of the conversation, discussing Joe, Elon, and others. What's been weighing heavy on my heart since the beginning of the pandemic, now 3 years ago, is that many people I look to for wisdom in public discourse stop talking to each other as often, with respect, humility, and love, when the world needed those kinds of conversations the most. My hope is that they start talking again. They start being friends again. They start noticing the humanity that connects them that is much deeper than the disagreements that divide them. So let me take this moment to say, with humility and honesty, why I look up to and am inspired by Joe, Elon, and Sam. I think Joe Rogan is important to the world as a voice of compassionate curiosity and open-mindedness to ideas, both radical and mainstream, sometimes with humor, sometimes with brutal honesty, always pushing for more kindness in the world. I think Elon Musk is important to the world as an engineer, leader, entrepreneur, and human being who takes on the hardest problems that face humanity and refuses to accept the constraints of conventional thinking that made the solutions to these problems seem impossible. I think Sam Harris is important to the world as a fearless voice who fights for the pursuit of truth against growing forces of echo chambers and audience capture, taking unpopular perspectives and defending them with rigor and resilience. I both celebrate and criticize all three privately, and they criticize me, usually more effectively. from which I always learn a lot and always appreciate. Most importantly, there is respect and love for each other as human beings, the very thing that I think the world needs most now, in a time of division and chaos. I will continue to try to mend division, to try to understand, not deride, to turn the other cheek if needed, to return hate with love. Sometimes people criticize me for being naive, cheesy, simplistic, all that. I know. I agree. But I really am speaking from the heart, and I'm trying. This world is too fucking beautiful not to try, in whatever way I know how. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sam Harris. What is more effective at making a net positive impact on the world? Empathy or reason?
It depends on what you mean by empathy. There are at least two kinds of empathy. There's the cognitive form, which is, I would argue, even a species of reason. It's just understanding another person's point of view. You understand why they're suffering or why they're happy, or just you have a theory of mind about another human being that is accurate, and so you can navigate in relationship to them more effectively. Um, and then there's another layer entirely not incompatible with that, but just distinct, which is what people often mean by empathy, which is more kind of emotional contagion, right? Like you feel depressed, and I begin to feel depressed along with you because it's contagious, right? We're so close, and I'm so concerned about you, and your problems become my problems, and it bleeds through. Right now, I think both of those capacities are very important, but um, the emotional contagion piece, and this is not really my thesis. This is something I have more or less learned from Paul Bloom, um, the psychologist who wrote a book on this topic titled Against Empathy. Um, the emotional social contagion piece is a bad guide rather often for ethical behavior and ethical intuition.
Oh boy.
And so I'll give you the clear example of this, which is uh, we find stories with a single identifiable protagonist who we can effortlessly empathize with far more compelling than data, right? So if I tell you, the classic case of the little girl who falls down a well, right? This is somebody's daughter. You see the parents distraught on television. You hear her cries from the bottom of the well. The whole country stops. I mean, there was an example of this 20, 25 years ago, I think, where it was just wall to wall on CNN. This is just the perfect use of CNN. It was 72 hours, whatever it was, of continuous coverage of just extracting this girl from the well. So we effortlessly pay attention to that. We care about it. We will donate money toward it. I mean, it marshals 100% of our compassion and altruistic impulse. Um, Whereas if you hear that there's a genocide raging in some country you've never been to and never intend to go to, the numbers don't make a dent, and we find the story boring. Right? We'll change the channel in the face of the genocide. Right? It doesn't matter. And it literally, perversely, it could be 500,000 little girls have fallen down wells in that country, and we still don't care. Right? So um, it's many of us have come to believe that this is a bug rather than a feature of our moral psychology, and so the empathy plays an unhelpful role there. So ultimately, I think when we're making big decisions about what we should do and how to mitigate human suffering and what's worth valuing and how we should protect those values, um, I think reason is the better tool. But it's not that I would want to dispense with any part of empathy either.
Well, there's a lot of tangents to go on there, but briefly to mention, you recently talked about effective altruism on your podcast. I think you mentioned some interesting statement. I would horribly misquote you, but that you'd rather live in a world, like it doesn't really make sense, but you'd rather live in a world where you care about maybe your daughter and son more than 100 people that live across the world, something like this. But like where the calculus is not always perfect, but somehow it makes sense to live in a world where it's irrational in this way, and yet empathetic in the way you've been discussing.
Right. I'm not sure what the right answer is there, or even whether there is one right answer. There could be multiple peaks on this part of the moral landscape. But so the opposition is between an ethic that's articulated by someone like the Dalai Lama, right, or really any exponent of classic Buddhism, would say that so the ultimate enlightened ethic is true dispassion with respect to friends and strangers, right? So you would, the mind of the Buddha would be truly dispassionate. You would love and care about all people equally, um, and by that light, it seems some kind of ethical failing, or at least failure of to fully actualize compassion in the limit, or enlightened wisdom in the limit, to care more, or even and much more about your kids than the kids of other people, and to prioritize your energy in that way, right? So you spend all this time trying to figure out how to keep your kids healthy and happy, and you'll attend to their minutest concerns, however superficial. And again, there's a genocide raging in Sudan, or wherever, and it takes up less than 1% of your bandwidth. I'm not sure it would be a better world if everyone was running the Dalai Lama program there. I think some prioritization of one's nearest and dearest ethically might be optimal, because we'll all be doing that, and we'll all be doing that in a circumstance where we have certain norms and laws and other structures that force us to be dispassionate where that matters, right? So like when my daughter gets sick, I have to take her to the hospital. I really want her to get attention, right? And I'm worried about her more than I'm worried about everyone else in the lobby. But the truth is, I actually don't want a totally corrupt hospital. I don't want a hospital that treats my daughter better than anyone else in the lobby because she's my daughter, and I've bribed the guy at the door, or whatever. The guy's a fan of my podcast, or whatever the thing is. You don't want starkly corrupt, unfair situations. And when you sort of get pressed down the hierarchy of Maslow's needs, individually and societally, a bunch of those variables change, and they change for the worse, understandably. But yeah, when everyone's corrupt, and you're in a state of collective emergency, you've got a lifeboat problem, you're scrambling to get into the lifeboat. Yeah, then fairness and norms and the other vestiges of civilization begin to get stripped off. We can't reason from those emergencies to normal life. I mean, in normal life, we want justice, we want fairness, we're all better off for it, even when the spotlight of our concern is focused on the people we know, the people who are friends, people who are family, people we have good reason to care about. We still, by default, want a system that protects the interests of strangers too. And we know that, generally speaking, just in game theoretic terms, we're all going to tend to be better off in a fair system than a corrupt one.
One of the failure modes of empathy is our susceptibility to anecdotal data. Just a good story will get us to not think clearly. Well, what about empathy in the context of just discussing ideas with other people? And then there's a large number of people, like in this country, red and blue, half the population believes certain things on immigration, or on the response to the pandemic, or any kind of controversial issue, even if the election was fairly executed. Having an empathy for their worldview, trying to understand where they're coming from, not just in the explicit statement of their idea, but the entirety of like the roots from which their idea stems. That kind of empathy, while you're discussing ideas, what is in your pursuit of truth, having empathy for the perspective of a large number of other people versus raw mathematical reason.
I think it's important, but it only takes you so far, right? It doesn't get you to truth, right? Truth is not it's not decided by democratic principles. And um, certain people believe things for understandable reasons, but those reasons are nonetheless bad reasons, right? They don't scale, they don't generalize, they're not reasons anyone should adopt for themselves or respect, epistemologically, and yet their circumstance is understandable and it's something you can care about, right? And so yeah, like let me just take. I think there's many examples of this that you might be thinking of, but one that comes to mind is I've been super critical of Trump, obviously, and um, I've been super critical of certain people for endorsing him or not criticizing him when he really made it patently obvious who he was. If there had been any doubt initially, there was no doubt when we have a sitting president who's not agreeing to a peaceful transfer of power, right? So um, I'm critical of all of that, and yet the fact that many millions of Americans didn't see what was wrong with Trump or bought into didn't see through his con, right? I mean, they bought into the idea that he was a brilliant businessman who might just be able to change things because he's so unconventional and so, his heart is in the right place. He's really a man of the people, even though he's a gold-plated everything in his life. Um, they bought the myth somehow of largely because they had seen him on television for almost a decade and a half, pretending to be this genius businessman who could get things done. Um, it's understandable to me that many very frustrated people who have not had their hopes and dreams actualized, who have been the victims of globalism and many other current trends, uh, it's understandable that they would be confused and not see the liability of electing a grossly incompetent, morbidly narcissistic person into the presidency. So I don't. So which is to say that I don't blame. There are many millions of people who I don't necessarily blame for the Trump phenomenon, but I can nonetheless bemoan the phenomenon as indicative of a very bad state of affairs in our society. So there's two levels to it. I mean, one is I think you have to call a spade when you're talking about how things actually work and what things are likely to happen or not. But then you can recognize that people have very different life experiences and yeah, I mean, I think empathy and probably the better word for what I would hope to embody there is compassion, right? Like really, to really wish people well, and to really wish strangers well effortlessly, to really wish them well, and to realize that there is no opposition between, at bottom, there's no real opposition between selfishness and selflessness, because wise selfishness really takes into account other people's happiness. I mean, which do you want to live in a society where you have everything, but most other people have nothing? Or do you want to live in a society where you're surrounded by happy, creative, self-actualized people who are having their hopes and dreams realized? I think it's obvious that the second society is much better, however much you can guard your good luck.
But what about having empathy for certain principles that people believe? For example, the pushback, the other perspective on this, as you said, you bought the myth of Trump as a great businessman. There could be a lot of people that are supporters of Trump who could say that Sam Harris bought the myth that we have this government of the people, by the people, that actually represents the people, as opposed to a bunch of elites who are running a giant bureaucracy that is corrupt, that is feeding themselves, and they're actually not representing the people. And then here's this chaos agent, Trump, who speaks off the top of his head. Yeah, he's flawed in all this number of ways. He's more comedian than he is a presidential type of figure, and he's actually creating the kind of chaos that's going to shake up this bureaucracy, shake up the elites that are so uncomfortable because they don't want the world to know about the game they got running on everybody else. So that's the kind of perspective that they would take and say, yeah, there's these laws that Trump has,
representative democracy in the way that we might idealize. And on some level, I mean, this is a different conversation, but on some level, I'm not even sure how much I think it should be, right? Like, I'm not sure we want, in the end, everyone's opinion given equal weight about, just what we should do about anything. And I include myself in that. And there are many topics around which I don't deserve to have a strong opinion because I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Or what I would be talking about if I had a strong opinion. So, and I think we'll probably get to that, some of those topics, because I've declined to have certain conversations on my podcast just because I think I'm the wrong person to have that conversation, right? And it's and I think it's important to see those bright lines in one's life and in the moment politically and ethically. So yeah, I think so. Leave aside the viability of democracy. I'm under no illusions that all of our institutions are worth preserving precisely as they have been up until the moment this great orange wrecking ball came through our lives. But it was a very bad bet to elect someone who is grossly incompetent and, worse than incompetent, genuinely malevolent in his selfishness, right? And this is something we know based on literally decades of him being in the public eye, right? He's not a public servant in any normal sense of that term, and he couldn't possibly give an honest or sane answer to the question you asked me about empathy and reason and like how should we, what should guide us. I genuinely think he is missing some necessary moral and psychological tools, right? And this is, I can feel compassion for him as a human being because I think having those things is incredibly important, and genuinely loving other people is incredibly important, and knowing what all that's about is that's really the good stuff in life. And I think he's missing a lot of that. But I think we don't want to promote people to the highest positions of power in our society who are far outliers in pathological terms, right? We want them to be far outliers in the best case, in wisdom and compassion and some of the topics you brought up. I mean, we want someone to be deeply informed. We want someone to be um, unusually curious, unusually alert to how they may be wrong or getting things wrong consequentially. He's none of those things. And insofar as we're going to get normal mediocrities in that role, which I think is often the best we could expect, let's get normal mediocrities in that role, not once in a generation narcissists and frauds. I mean, it's like just take honesty as a single variable. Right? I think you want, yes, it's possible that most politicians lie at least some of the time. I don't think that's a good thing. I think people should be generally honest, even to a fault. Yes, there are certain circumstances where lying, I think, is necessary. It's kind of on a continuum of self-defense and violence. So it's like if you're going to, if the Nazis come to your door and ask you if you've got Anne Frank in the attic, I think it's okay to lie to them. But Trump, arguably there's never been a person that anyone could name in human history who's lied with that kind of velocity. He was just a blizzard of lies, great and small, to pointless and effective. But it's just it says something fairly alarming about our society that a person of that character got promoted. And so, yes, I have compassion and concern for half of the society who didn't see it that way, and that's going to sound elitist and smug or something for anyone who's on that side listening to me. But it's genuine. I mean, I understand. It's like I barely have I'm like one of the luckiest people in the world, and I barely have the bandwidth to pay attention to half the things I should pay attention to in order to have an opinion about half the things we're going to talk about, right? So how much less bandwidth is somebody who's working two jobs, or a single mom who's raising multiple kids, even a single kid. It's unimaginable to me that people have the bandwidth to really track this stuff. And so then they jump on social media and they get inundated by misinformation, and they see what their favorite influencer just said, um, and now they're worried about vaccines, and it's we're living in an environment where the information space has become so corrupted, and we've built machines to further corrupt it. We've built a business model with the internet that further corrupts it. It is just it's chaos in informational terms, and I don't fault people for being confused and impatient and at their wits' end. And yes, Trump was an enormous fuck you to the establishment, and that was understandable for many reasons.
To me, Sam Harris, the great Sam Harris, is somebody I've looked up to for a long time as a beacon, a voice of reason. And there's this meme on the internet, and I would love you to steel man the case for it and against, that Trump broke Sam Harris's brain. But there's something disproportionately to the actual impact that Trump had on our society. He had an impact on the ability of balanced, calm, rational minds to see the world clearly, to think clearly. You being one of the beacons of that. Is there a degree to which he broke your brain? Otherwise known as Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
Medical condition.
I think Trump derangement syndrome is a very clever meme, because it just throws the problem back on the person who's criticizing Trump. But in truth, the true Trump derangement syndrome was not to have seen how dangerous and divisive it would be to promote someone like Trump to that position of power, and to not, and in the final moment, not to see how untenable it was to still support someone who, a sitting president who was not committing to a peaceful transfer of power. I mean, that was, if that wasn't a bright line for you, you have been deranged by something, because that was, that was 1 minute to midnight for our democracy, as far as I'm concerned. And I think it really was, but for the integrity of a few people, that we didn't suffer some real constitutional crisis and real emergency, after January 6th. I mean, if Mike Pence had caved in and decided to not certify the election, right? Literally, you can count on two hands the number of people who held things together at that moment. And so it wasn't for want of trying on Trump's part that we didn't succumb to some real, truly uncharted catastrophe with our democracy. So the fact that didn't happen, that those of us who were worried that it was so close to happening were exaggerating the problem. I mean, it's like you almost got run over by a car, but you didn't. And so the fact that you're adrenalized and you're thinking, oh boy, that was dangerous. I probably shouldn't wander in the middle of the street with my eyes closed. You weren't wrong to feel that you really had a problem, right? And came very close to something truly terrible. So I think that's where we were, and I think we shouldn't do that again. Right? So the fact that he's still coming back around as potentially a viable candidate, I'm not spending much time thinking about it, frankly, because it's I'm waiting for the moment where it requires some thought. I mean, it took up. I don't know how many podcasts I devoted to the topic. It wasn't that. I mean, it wasn't that many in the end. Against the number of podcasts I devoted to other topics. But there are people who look at Trump and just find him funny, entertaining, not especially threatening. He's like not a, it's just good fun to see somebody who's just not taking anything seriously, and is just putting a stick in the wheel of business as usual again and again and again and again. Um, and they don't really see anything much at stake. Right? It doesn't really matter if we don't support NATO. It doesn't really matter if he says he trusts Putin more than our intelligence services. None of this. It doesn't matter if he's on the one hand saying that he loves the leader of North Korea, and on the other threatens to bomb them back to the Stone Age, right, on Twitter. It all can be taken in the spirit of kind of reality television. Like this is the part of the movie that's just fun to watch, right? And I understand that. I can even inhabit that space for a few minutes at a time, but we're in the process of entertaining ourselves to death. Right? That we're just not taking things seriously, and this is a problem I've had with several other people we might name who just appear to me to be goofing around at scale, and they lack a kind of moral seriousness. I mean, they're touching big problems where lives hang in the balance, but they're just fucking around. And I think they're really important problems that we have to get our heads straight around. And we need, it's not to say that institutions don't become corrupt. I think they do, and I'm quite worried that both about the loss of trust in our institutions and the fact that trust has eroded for good reason, right? That they have become less trustworthy. They've become infected by political ideologies that are not truth tracking. I worry about all of that, but I just think we need institutions. We need to rebuild them. We need experts who are real experts. We need to value expertise over amateurish speculation and conspiracy thinking and just and bullshit.
Kind of amateur speculation we're doing on this very podcast.
I'm usually alert to the moments where I'm just guessing, or where I actually feel like I'm talking from within my wheelhouse. I try to telegraph that a fair amount with people. So yeah, but it's not. It's different. Like I mean, you can invite someone onto your podcast who's an expert about something that you're not an expert about, and then you in the process of getting more informed yourself, your audience is getting more informed. So you're asking smart questions, and you might be pushing back at the margins, but you know that when push comes to shove on that topic, you really don't have a basis to have a strong opinion. And if you were going to form a strong opinion that was counter to the expert you have in front of you, it's going to be by deference to some other expert who you've brought in or who you've heard about or whose work you've read or whatever. But there's a paradox to how we value authority in science that most people don't understand, and I think we should at some point unravel that, because it's the basis for a lot of public confusion, and for frankly, it's the basis for a lot of criticism I've received. I'm against free speech, or I'm an establishment shill, or it's like I just think I'm a credentialist. I just think people with PhDs from Ivy League universities should run everything. It's not true, but there's a ton of there's a lot to cut through to get to daylight there, because people are very confused about how we value authority in the service of rationality generally.
You've talked about it, but it's just interesting, the intensity of feeling you have. You've had this famous phrase about Hunter Biden. Visit this case. So let me say something general. It's possible that January 6th and things of that nature revealed that our democracy is actually pretty fragile, and that Trump is not a malevolent and ultra-competent malevolent figure, but is simply a jokester. And he just, by creating the chaos, revealed that it's all pretty fragile. Because you're a student of history, and there's a lot of people like Vladimir Lenin, Hitler, who are exceptionally competent at controlling power, at being executives and taking that power, controlling the generals, controlling all the figures involved, and certainly not tweeting, but working in the shadows, behind the scenes, to gain power. And they did so extremely competently, and that is how they were able to gain power. The pushback with Trump is he was doing none of that. He was creating what he's very good at, creating drama, sometimes for humor's sake, sometimes for drama's sake. revealed that our democracy is fragile. So he's not this once in a generation horrible figure.
Once in a generation narcissist.
Love it.
So I don't think he's a truly scary, sinister, Putin-like or Hitler, much less Hitler-like figure. Not at all. I mean, he's not ideological. He doesn't care about anything beyond himself. So it's not. No, he's much less scary than any really scary, totalitarian. Right? I mean, and he's
more Brave New World than 1984.
This is what Eric Weinstein never stops badgering me about, but he's still wrong, Eric. I can, my analogy for Trump was that he's evil Chauncey Gardner. I don't know if you remember the book or the film Being There. Peter Sellers is this gardener who really doesn't know anything, but he gets recognized as this wise man and gets promoted to immense power in Washington because he's speaking in these kind of in a semblance of wisdom. He's got these very simple aphorisms, seem to be aphorisms. He's just talking. All he cares about is gardening. He's just talking about his garden all the time. But he'll say something like, in the spring, the new shoots will bloom, and people read into that some kind of genius, insight politically, and so he gets promoted. And so that's the joke of the film. For me, Trump has always been someone like evil Chauncey Gardner. He's. It's not to say he's totally. Yes, he has a certain kind of genius. He's got a genius for creating a spectacle about himself. Right? He's got a genius for getting the eye of the media always coming back to him. But it's a kind of self-promotion that only works if you actually are truly shameless and don't care about having a reputation for anything that I or you would want to have a reputation for. Right? It's like pure pornography of attention. Right? And he just wants more of it. I think the truly depressing and genuinely scary thing was that we have a country that is half of the country, given how broken our society is in many ways. We have a country that didn't see anything wrong with that. Bringing someone who obviously doesn't know what he should know to be president, and who's obviously not a good person, right? Obviously doesn't care about people, can't even pretend to care about people really, right, in a credible way. And so, I mean, if there's a silver lining to this, it's along the lines you just sketched. It shows us how vulnerable our system is to a truly brilliant and sinister figure. Right? I mean, I think we really dodged a bullet. Yes, someone far more competent and conniving and ideological could have exploited our system in a way that Trump didn't. And that's, so if we plug those holes eventually, that would be a good thing, and he would have done a good thing for our society. One of the things we realized, and I think nobody knew, and I certainly didn't know it, and I didn't hear anyone talk about it, is how much our system relies on norms rather than laws. Right? Yeah, it's just like it's quite possible that he never did anything illegal. Truly illegal. I mean, I think he probably did a few illegal things, but at least that remains to be seen. So all of the chaos, all of the diminishment of our stature in the world, all of the opportunity cost of spending years focused on nonsense, all of that was just norm violations. All that was just all a matter of not saying the thing you should say, but that doesn't mean they're insignificant. Right? It's not that it's not illegal for a sitting president to say, no, I'm not going to commit to a peaceful transfer of power. Right? We'll wait and see whether I win. If I win, the election was valid. If I lose, it was right.
But aren't those humorous perturbations to our system of stability such that we know what the limits are, and now we start to think that and have these kinds of discussions.
But that wasn't a humorous perturbation because he did everything he could. Granted, he wasn't very competent, but he did everything he could to try to steal the election. I mean, the irony is he claimed to have an election stolen from him, all the while doing everything he could to steal it, declaring it fraudulent in advance, trying to get the votes to not be counted as the evening wore on, knowing that they were going to be disproportionately Democrat votes because of the position he took on mail-in ballots. I mean, all of it was fairly calculated. The whole circus of the clown car that crashed into Four Seasons Landscaping, right? And you got Rudy Giuliani with his hair dye, and you got Sidney Powell, and all these grossly incompetent people lying as freely as they could breathe about election fraud, right? And all of these things are getting thrown out by largely Republican election officials and Republican judges. It wasn't for want of trying that he didn't maintain his power in this country. He really tried to steal the presidency. He just was not competent, and the people around him weren't competent. So that's a good thing, and it's worth not letting that happen again.
But he wasn't competent, so he didn't do everything he could.
Well, no, he did everything he could. He didn't do everything that could have been done by someone more competent.
Right, but the tools you have as a president, you can do a lot of things. You can declare emergencies, especially during COVID. You can postpone the election.
Right.
You can create military conflict. That's any kind of reason to postpone the election. There's a lot of ways.
But he tried to do things, and he would have to have done those things through other people, and there are people who refused to do those things. People who said they would quit. They would quit publicly, right? I mean, you start again. There are multiple books written about the last hours of this presidency, and the details are shocking in what he tried to do and tried to get others to do, and it's awful, right? I mean, it's just awful that we were that close to something, to a true unraveling of our political process. And it's the only time in our lifetime that anything like this has happened, and it's deeply embarrassing, right? On the world stage, it's just like we looked like a banana republic there for a while, and we're the lone superpower. It's not good, right? And so we shouldn't. It's like the people who thought, well, we just need to shake things up, and this is a great way to shake things up, and having people storm our Capitol and smear shit on the walls. That's just more shaking things up, right? It's all just for the lulls. There's a nihilism and cynicism to all of that, which again, in certain people, it's understandable. Frankly, it's not understandable if you've got $1 billion and you have a compound in Menlo Park or wherever. It's near a compound in New Zealand. Everything goes to shit. Right? There's a cynicism to all of that I think we should be deeply critical of.
What I'm trying to understand is not and analyze is not the behavior of this particular human being, but the effect it had, in part, on the division between people. To me, the meme of Sam Harris's brain being broken by Trump represents. You're like the person I would look to bridge the division.
Well, I don't think there is something profitably to be said to someone who's truly captivated by the personality cult of Trumpism. Right? Like, there's nothing that I'm going to say to. There's no conversation I'm going to have with Candace Owens, say, about Trump that's going to converge on something reasonable. Right?
You don't think so?
No, I mean, I haven't tried with Candace, but I've tried with many people who are in that particular orbit. I mean, I've had conversations with people who won't admit that there's anything wrong with Trump. Anything.
For the empathy versus. Because when you operate in the space of reason, yes. But I think there's a lot of power in you, Sam Harris, showing that you're willing to see the good qualities of Trump, publicly showing that. I think that's the way to win over
But he has so few of them. He has fewer good qualities than virtually anyone I can name. Right?
But
so he's funny. I'll grant you that he's funny. He's a good entertainer.
There's others look at just policies and actual impacts.
I've admitted that. No. So I've admitted that many of his policies I agree with. Many of his policies. So probably more often than not, at least on balance, I agreed. I agreed with his policy that we should take China seriously as an adversary, right? And I think, I mean, again, you have to. There's a lot of fine print to a lot of this because the way he talks about these things and many of his motives that are obvious are things that I don't support. But we take immigration. I think it's obvious that we should have control of our borders, right? Like I don't see the argument for not having control of our borders. We should let in who we want to let in, and we should keep out who we want to keep out, and we should have a sane immigration policy. So I didn't necessarily think it was a priority to build the wall, but I never criticized the impulse to build the wall because tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are coming across that border, and we are not in a position to know who's coming. That seems untenable to me. So, and I can recognize that many people in our society are, on balance, the victims of immigration, and there is, in many cases, a zero-sum contest between the interests of actual citizens and the interests of immigrants, right? So, I think we should have control of our borders. We should have a sane and compassionate immigration policy. We should let in refugees, right? So Trump on refugees was terrible. But no, like I would say 80% of the policy concerns people celebrated in him are concerns that I either share entirely or certainly sympathize with. Like, so like that's not the issue. The issue is
right to democracy.
Well, the issue is largely what you said it was. It's not so much the person; it's the effect on everything he touches. Right? He has this superpower of deranging and destabilizing almost everything he touches, and sullying and compromising the integrity of almost anyone who comes into his orbit. Because you looked at these people who served, as chief of staff or various cabinet positions, people had real reputations, for probity and level-headedness. Whether you share their politics or not, I mean, these were real people. These are not, goofballs. But many people who just got totally trashed by proximity to him, and then trashed by him when they finally parted company with him. It's just people bent over backwards to accommodate his norm violations, and it was bad for them, and it was bad for our system. But none of that discounts the fact that we have a system that really needs proper house cleaning. Yes, there are bad incentives and entrenched interests, and I'm not a fan of the concept of the deep state, but because it's been so propagandized. But yes, there's something like that, that is not flexible enough to respond intelligently to the needs of the moment. Right. So there's a lot of rethinking of government and of institutions in general that I think we should do, but we need smart, well-informed, well-intentioned people to do that job. And the well-intentioned part is hugely important, right? Just give me someone who is not the most selfish person anyone has ever heard about in their lifetime, right? And what we got with Trump was literally the one most selfish person I think anyone could name. I mean, and again, there's so much known about this man. That's the thing. It's like it predates his presidency. We knew this guy 30 years ago, and this is what, to come back to those inflammatory comments about Hunter Biden's laptop. The reason why I can say with confidence that I don't care what was on his laptop is that there is, and that includes any evidence of corruption on the part of his father. Right? right? Now, there's been precious little of that has actually emerged. So it's like there is no, as far as I can tell, there's not a big story associated with that laptop as much as people bang on about it with a few emails. But even if there were just obvious corruption, right? Like Joe Biden was at this meeting and he took, this amount of money from this shady guy for bad reasons, right? Given how visible the lives of these two men have been, right? Given how much we know about Joe Biden and how much we know about Donald Trump and how they've lived in public for almost as long as I've been alive, both of them, the scale of corruption can't possibly balance out between the two of them, right? If you show me that Joe Biden has this secret life where he's driving a Bugatti and he's living like Andrew Tate, right, and he's doing all these things I didn't know about, okay, then I'm going to start getting a sense that, all right, maybe this guy is way more corrupt than I realized. Maybe there is some deal in Ukraine or with China that is just like this guy's not who he seems. He's not the public servant he's been pretending to be. He's been on the take for decades and decades, and he's as dirty as can be. He's all mobbed up, and it's a nightmare, and he can't be trusted. Right? That's possible if you show me that his life is not at all what it seems. But on the assumption that I haven't looked at this guy for literally decades, right, and knowing that every journalist has looked at him for decades, just how many affairs is he having? Just how much, how many drugs is he doing? How many houses does he have? Where, what is, what are the obvious conflicts of interest? You hold that against what we know about Trump, right? And I mean, the litany of indiscretions you can put on Trump's side that testify to his personal corruption, to testify to the fact that he has no ethical compass. There's simply no comparison. So that's why I don't care about what's on the laptop. Now, if you tell me Trump is no longer running for president in 2024, and we can put Trumpism behind us, and now you're saying, listen, there's a lot of stuff on that laptop that makes Joe Biden look like a total asshole. Okay, I'm all ears. Right? I mean, it was a forced, in 2020, it was a forced choice between a sitting president who wouldn't commit to a peaceful transfer of power and a guy who's obviously too old to be president, who has a crack-addicted son who lost his laptop, and I just knew that I was going to take Biden in spite of whatever litany of horrors was going to come tumbling out of that laptop.
And it might involve so the actual quote is Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in the basement. There's a dark humor to it, right? Which is, I think you speak to. I would not have cared. There's nothing. It's Hunter Biden. It's not Joe Biden. Whatever the scope of Joe Biden's corruption is, it is infinitesimal compared to the corruption. Trump was involved in. It's like a firefly to the sun. Is what you're speaking to. But let me make the case that you're really focused on the surface stuff. That it's possible to have corruption that masquerades in the thing we mentioned, which is civility. You can spend hundreds of billions of dollars or trillions towards the war in the Middle East, for example, something that you've changed your mind on in terms of the negative impact it has on the world. And that, the military-industrial complex, everybody's very nice, everybody's very civil, it's very upfront, here's how we're spending the money. Yeah, it sometimes somehow disappears in different places, but that's the way, war is complicated, and everyone is very polite. There's no coke and strippers or whatever is on the laptop. It's very nice and polite. In the meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of civilians die. Hate, just an incredible amount of hate is created because people lose their family members, all that kind of stuff. But there's no strippers and coke on a laptop. So
but it's not just superficial. It is when someone only wants wealth and power and fame. That is their objective function. Right? They're like a robot that is calibrated just to those variables. Right? And they don't care about the risks we run on any other front. They don't care about environmental risk, pandemic risk, nuclear proliferation risk, none of it. Right? They're just tracking fame and money and whatever can personally redound to their self-interest along those lines, and they're not informed about the other risks we're running. Really, I mean, in Trump, you had a president who was repeatedly asking his generals, "Why couldn't we use our nuclear weapons? Why can't we have more of them? Why do I have fewer nuclear weapons than JFK?" Right, as though that were a sign of anything other than progress. Right. And this is the guy who's got the button, right? I mean, he's got somebody's following him around with a bag, waiting to take his order to launch, right? Um, that is it's a risk we should never run. One thing Trump has going for him, I think, is that he doesn't drink or do drugs, right? Although people allege that he does speed, but um, let's take him at his word. He's not deranging himself with pharmaceuticals, at least. But apart from Diet Coke, but
there's nothing wrong. Just for the record, we push back on that.
Nothing wrong with Diet Coke. Yeah,
I consume a very large amount.
I occasionally have some myself.
There's no scientific evidence that I observed the negatives of all those studies about aspartame and all of that is stuff. No.
I hope you're right. Yeah, I mean, everything you said about the military-industrial complex is true, right? And we've been worrying about that on both sides of the aisle for a very long time. I mean, that's just that phrase came from Eisenhower. It's I mean, so much of what ails us is a story of bad incentives, right? And bad incentives are so powerful that they corrupt even good people, right? How much more do they corrupt bad people, right? Like, so it's like you want, at minimum, you want reasonably good people, at least non-pathological, in the system, trying to navigate against the grain of bad incentives. And better still, all of us can get together and try to diagnose those incentives and change them, right? And we will really succeed when we have a system of incentives where the good incentives are so strong that even bad people are effortlessly behaving as though they're good people because they're so successfully incentivized to behave that way, right? That's
what's going on?
The inversion of our current situation. So yes, and you say I changed my mind about the war. Not quite. I was never a supporter of the war in Iraq. I was always worried that it was a distraction.
You got a ticket?
I was a supporter of the war.
Probably. One of the cameras flashed on me.
Okay, I got you.
So, I probably got pissed.
I hate those things.
Oh, God. It was an accident. It was partly my fault because I was looking at my GPS, but I didn't fucking see the stop sign. I'm pissed. That pissed me off as much. Now I'm just resting, sitting at the truck stop. I'm gonna smoke some cigarettes and it'll be fine.
All right.
Like a box of matches. What have you been up to today?
I was up really late with some people in Discord singing karaoke, and so I woke, started my streams, and just been watching some podcasts. How about you've been at work, I take it?
Yeah, just working all day. I started at 12 and I just ended.
Very well. Well, we're watching Sam Harris on the Lex Friedman podcast, if you're interested. He's talking about AI and stuff.
I fucking love Lex Friedman.
Yeah, he's really good.
I like Lex.
The war in Afghanistan. I will admit, in hindsight, that looks.
He has bias. We know he has bias, but he doesn't take offense to what any of the people he talks to talk about.
I agree. He does a very good job of maintaining neutrality.
Yeah. I mean, he will throw out well, I think this, and then he'll put his fucking 5-minute reasoning, and then the other guy's I don't know about that. It's like when he did you see the one when he interviewed that FBI agent or the CIA agent?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, what's your opinion on the war on Ukraine?
I want world peace. I don't want war anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's like a based opinion. A little peace would make.
Looks like, at best, a highly ambiguous and painful exercise, more likely a fool's errand, right? It's like that, it did not turn out well. It wasn't for want of trying. I don't, I have not done a deep dive on all of the failures there, and maybe all of these failures are failures in principle, and maybe that's not the kind of thing that can be done well by anybody, whatever our intentions. Um, but yeah, the move to Iraq always seemed questionable to me, and when we knew the problem, the immediate problem at that moment, Al Qaeda uh, uh, was in Afghanistan, and and then bouncing to Pakistan. Um, anyway, so yes, but my sense of the possibility of nation building, my sense of insofar as the neocon uh, spirit of responsibility and idealism, that America was the kind of nation that should be functioning in this way as the world's cop, and we have to get in there and untangle some of these knots by force rather often, because if we don't do it over there, we're going to have to do it over here, kind of thing. Yeah, some of that has definitely changed, in my thinking. And there are obviously cultural reasons why it failed in Afghanistan, and if you can't change the culture, um, it's you're not going to force a change at gunpoint in the culture. Or it certainly seems that that's not going to happen. And it took us over 20 years to apparently realize that.
That's one of the things you realize with the war is there's not going to be a strong signal that things are not working. You just keep pouring money into a thing, a military effort.
Well, also there's signs of it working too. You have all the stories of girls now going to school, right? The girls are getting battery acid thrown in their faces by religious maniacs, and then we come in there and we stop that, and now girls are getting educated, and and that's all good, and our intentions are good there, and we're on the right side of history there. Good, girls should be going to school. Malala Yousafzai should have the Nobel Prize, and she shouldn't have been shot in the face by the Taliban, right? We know what the right answers are there. The question is, what do you do when there are enough, in this particular case, religious maniacs who are willing to die and let their children die in defense of crazy ideas and moral norms that belong in the 7th century? Um, and it's a problem we couldn't solve. We couldn't solve it even though we spent trillions of dollars to solve it.
This reminded me of the thing that you and Jack Dorsey jokingly had for a while, the discussion about banning Donald Trump from Twitter. But does any of it bother you now that Twitter files came out? That I mean, it has to do with sort of the Hunter Biden laptop story. Does it bother you that there could be a collection of people that make decisions about who to ban and not, and that could be susceptible to bias and to ideological influence?
Well, I think it always will be, or in the absence of perfect AI, it always will be.
And this becomes relevant with AI as well.
Yeah.
There's some censorship on AI happening.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting question there as well.
I don't think Twitter is as important as people think of it, right? And I used to think it was more important when I was on it, and now that I'm off of it, I think it's I mean, first let me say it's just an unambiguously good thing, in my experience, to delete your Twitter account. But it's like it is just, even the good parts of Twitter that I miss were bad in the aggregate. In the degree to which it was fragmenting my attention, the degree to which my life was getting doled out to me in periods between those moments where I checked Twitter, right, and had my attention diverted. And I was not a crazy Twitter addict. I mean, I was probably a pretty normal user. I mean, I was not someone who was tweeting multiple times a day or even every day, right? I probably I think I probably averaged something like one tweet a day. I think I averaged, but in reality, it was like it'd be like 4 tweets one day, and then I wouldn't tweet for the better part of a week. But I was looking a lot because it was my newsfeed. I was just following 200 very smart people, and I just wanted to see what they were paying attention to. And they would recommend articles, and I would read those articles. And then when I would read an article, then I would thought I should signal boost. I would tweet, and so all of that seemed good, and like that's all separable from all of the odious bullshit that came back at me in response to this, largely in response to this Hunter Biden thing. But even the good stuff has a downside, and it comes at just this point of your phone is this perpetual stimulus of which is intrinsically fragmenting with time and attention. And now my phone is much less of a presence in my life. And it's not that I don't check Slack or check email. I mean, I use it to work, but my sense of just what the world is, and my sense of my place in the world, the sense of where I exist as a person, has changed a lot by deleting my Twitter account. I mean, I had it, and it's just, and the things that I think, I mean, we all know this phenomenon. I mean, we say of someone, that person's too online, right? Like, what does it mean to be too online? And where do you draw that boundary? How do you know what constitutes being too online? Well, in some sense, I think being on social media at all is to be too online. I mean, given what it does to, given the kinds of information it signal boosts, and given the impulse it kindles in each of us to reach out to our audience in specific moments and in specific ways. Right? It's like there are lots of moments now where I have an opinion about something, but there's nothing for me to do with that opinion. Right? Like there's no Twitter. Right? So like there are lots of things that I would have tweeted in the last months that are not the kind of thing I'm going to do a podcast about. I'm not going to roll out 10 minutes on that topic on my podcast. I'm not going to take the time to really think about it. But had I been on Twitter, I would have reacted to this thing in the news, or this thing that somebody did, right?
What do you do with that thought now?
I just let go of it.
Like chocolate ice cream is the most delicious thing.
Yeah, it's usually not that sort of thing, but it's just. But then you look at the kinds of problems people create for themselves. You look at the life-deranging and reputation-destroying things that people do, and I look at the things that have, the analogous things that have happened to me, and the things that have really bent my life around professionally over the past decades. So much of it is Twitter. I mean, honestly, in my case, almost 100% of it is Twitter. The controversies I would get into, the things I would think I would have to respond to, like I would release a podcast on a certain topic, I would see some blowback on Twitter. It would give me the sense that there was some signal that I really had to respond to. Now that I'm off Twitter, I recognize that most of that was just out of my mouth or taking someone else's foot out of my mouth, and it became this self-perpetuating cycle, which, I mean, it's if you're having fun, great. I mean, if it's generative of useful information and engagement professionally and psychologically, great. But and there was some of that on Twitter. I mean, there were people who I've connected with because I just one of us DM'd the other on Twitter, and it was hard to see how it was going to happen otherwise. But it was largely just a machine for manufacturing unnecessary controversy.
Do you think it's possible to avoid the drug of that? So now that you've achieved the Zen state, is it possible for somebody like you to use it in a way that doesn't pull you into the whirlpool? And so anytime there's attacks, that's how I tried to use it.
Yeah, but it's not the way I wanted to use it. It's not the way it promises itself as a.
You wanted to have debate.
I wanted to actually communicate with people. I wanted to hear from the person because again, it's like being in Afghanistan, right? It's like there are the potted cases where it's obviously good, right? It's like in Afghanistan, the girl who's getting an education, that is just here. That's why we're here. That's obviously good. I've had those moments on Twitter where I'm hearing from a smart person who's detected an error I made in my podcast or in a book, or they've just got some great idea about something that I should spend time on. And I would never have heard from this person in any other format, and now I'm actually in dialogue with them. It's fantastic. That's the promise of it, to actually talk to people. And so I kept getting lured back into that. No, the sane or sanity preserving way of using it is just as a marketing channel. You just put your stuff out there and you don't look at what's coming back at you. And that's I'm on other social media platforms that I don't even touch. I mean, my team posts stuff on Facebook and on Instagram. I never even see what's on there.
So you don't think it's possible to see something and not let it affect the mind?
No, that's definitely possible. But the question is, and I did that for vast stretches of time, right? But then the promise of the platform is dialogue and feedback, right? So why am if I know for whatever reason I'm going to see like 99 to 1 awful feedback, bad faith feedback, malicious feedback. Some of it's probably even bots, and I'm not even aware of who's a person and who's a bot, right? But I'm just going to stare into this funhouse mirror of acrimony and dishonesty that is going to. I mean, the reason why I got off is not because I couldn't recalibrate and find equanimity again with all the nastiness that was coming back at me, and not that I couldn't ignore it for vast stretches of time, but I could see that I kept coming back to it, hoping that it would be something that I could use, a real tool for communication, and I was noticing that it was insidiously changing the way I felt about people, both people I know and people I don't know. Right? Like people mutual friends of ours were behaving in certain ways on Twitter, which just seemed insane to me. And then that became a signal I felt like I had to take into account somehow. Right? You're seeing people at their worst, both friends and strangers. And I felt that it was, as much as I could sort of try to recalibrate for it, I felt that I was losing touch with what was real information, because people are performing, people are faking, people are not themselves. You're seeing people at their worst. And so I felt like, all right, was being advertised to me here on a not just a daily basis, on an hourly basis, or increments sometimes of multiple times an hour. I mean, I probably check Twitter at minimum 10 times a day, and maybe I was checking it 100 times a day on some days, right, where things were really active and I was really engaged with something. What was being delivered into my brain there was subtly false information about how dishonest and um, just generally unethical totally normal people are capable of being. Right? It was like it is a funhouse mirror. I was seeing the most grotesque versions of people who I know. Right? People who I know I could sit down at dinner with, and they would never behave this way, and yet they were coming at me on Twitter. And I mean, it's essentially turning ordinary people into sociopaths. Right? Like people are just. There are analogies that many of us have made. It's like one analogy is road rage, right? Like people behave in the confines of a car in ways that they never would if they didn't have this metal box around them, moving at speed. And it's all of that becomes quite hilarious and obviously dysfunctional when they actually have to stop at the light next to the person they just flipped off, and they didn't understand that the person coming out of that car next to them with cauliflower ear is someone who they never would have rolled their eyes at in public, because they would have taken one look at this person and realized this is the last person you want to fight with.
That's one of the heartbreaking things, is to see people who I know, who I admire, who I know are friends, be everything from snarky to downright uh, mean, derisive towards each other. It doesn't make any sense. Like this, it's the only place where I've seen people I really admire who have had a calm head about most things, like really be shitty to other people. It's probably the only place I've seen that. And I choose to maybe believe that that's not really them. There's something about the system. Like if you go paintballing, if you, Jordan Peterson, and
you're going to shoot your friends.
Yeah, you're going to shoot your friends, and you kind of accept that that's kind of what you're doing in this little game that you're playing. But it's sometimes hard to remind yourself of that.
Well, and I think I was guilty of that, definitely. I don't think there's nothing I don't think I ever did anything that I really feel bad about. But yeah, it was always pushing me to the edge of snideness somehow, and it's just not healthy. It's not. It's not. Uh, so the reason why I deleted my Twitter account in the end was that it was obviously making me a worse person, and so. And yeah, is there some way to be on there where it's not making you a worse person? I'm sure there is, but it's given the nature of the platform and given what was coming back at me on it, the way to do that is just to basically use it as a one-way channel of communication, just marketing. It's like here's what I'm paying attention to. Look at it if you want to. Push it out, and then you don't look. It works.
I put out a call for questions on Twitter, and then actually quite surprising. There's a lot of good. I mean, they're like, even if they're critical, they're like being thoughtful, which is nice.
I used it that way too, and that was what kept me hooked.
But then there's also Touch Balls 69 wrote a question. Ask
what. I can't imagine. This is part of it. But one way to solve this is, we've got to get rid of anonymity. It's just like,
let me ask the question. Ask Sam why he sucks. Was the question.
One reason why I sucked was Twitter. That was, and I've since solved that problem. So, Touchball
69.
69.
Yeah.
Touchball 69 should be happy that I suck a little bit less now that I'm off Twitter.
I mean,
I don't have to hear from Touchballs 69 on the regular.
The fact that you have to see that, it probably can have a negative effect. Just even in moderation, just to see that there is, like for me, the negative effect is slightly losing faith in the underlying kindness of humanity.
Yeah.
But you can also just reason your way out of it, saying that this is anonymity and this is kind of fun and this kind of just the shit show of Twitter. It's okay, but it does mentally affect you a little bit.
Like I don't read too much into that kind of comment. It's like that's just trolling, and it's I understand the fun the person is having on the other side of that. It's like,
do you though?
I do. Well, I do. I don't. I mean, I don't behave that way, but I do. And for all I know, that person could be 16 years old, right? So it's like
it could be also an all the time for Elon. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure Elon would just tweet that under his own name at this point.
But you love each other. Okay, so do you think? So speaking of which, now that Elon has taken over Twitter, is there something that he could do to make his platform better? This Twitter and just social media in general, but because of the aggressive nature of his innovation that he's pushing, is there any way to make Twitter a pleasant place for someone?
Maybe.
Like in the next 5 years?
I don't know. I think I'm agnostic as to whether or not he or anyone could make a social media platform that really was healthy.
So you're just observing yourself week by week, seeing the effect it has on your mind, and how much you're actually learning and growing as a person, and it was negative.
Yeah, and I also seen the negativity in other people's lives. I mean, it's obvious. He's not going to admit it, but I think it's obviously negative for Elon. Right? I mean, it's just not. And that was one of the things that when I was looking into the Funhouse mirror, I was also seeing that the Funhouse mirror on his side of Twitter, and it was just even more exaggerated. It's like, when I was asking myself, why is he spending his time this way? I then reflected on why was I spending my time this way to a lesser degree, right? And at lesser scale, and at lesser risk, frankly. Right? And so And it was just so. It's not just Twitter. It's part an internet phenomenon. It's like the whole Hunter Biden mess that you
explored.
That was based on. I mean, I was on somebody's podcast, but that was based on a clip taken from that podcast, which was highly misleading as to the general shape of my remarks on that podcast. Even I had to then do my own podcast, untangling all of that and admitting that even in the full context, I was not speaking especially well and didn't say exactly what I thought in a way that would have been recognizable to anyone, even someone who not functioning by a spirit of charity. But the clip was quite distinct from the podcast itself. The reality is that we're living in an environment now where people are so lazy and their attention is so fragmented that they only have time for clips. But 99% of people will see a clip and will assume there's no relevant context I need to understand what happened in that clip. Right? And obviously the people who make those clips know that, right? And they're doing it quite maliciously. And in this case, the person who made that clip and subsequent clips of other podcasts was quite maliciously trying to engineer, some reputational immolation for me, and being signal boosted by Elon and other prominent people who can't take the time to watch anything other than a clip, even when it's their friend or someone who's ostensibly their friend in that clip. Right? So it's a total failure, an understandable failure of ethics, that everyone is so short on time and they're so fucking lazy that and we now have these contexts in which we react so quickly to things, right? Like Twitter is inviting an instantaneous reaction to this clip, that it's just too tempting to just say something and not know what you're even commenting on. And most of the people who saw that clip don't understand what I actually think about any of these issues. And the irony is, people are going to find clips from this conversation that are just as misleading, and they're going to export those, and then people are going to be dunking on those clips. And we're all living and dying by clips now, and it's dysfunctional.
Yeah, I think it's possible to create a platform. I think we will keep living on clips, but when I saw that clip of you talking about children and so on, just knowing that you have a sense of humor, you just went to dark places in terms of humor.
Right.
So I didn't even bother, and then I knew the way clips work is that people would use it for virality's sake, but the giving a person benefit of the doubt, that's not even the right term. It's not like it was really like interpreting it in the context of knowing your past.
The truth is, you even need, like, I even give Trump the benefit of the doubt when I see a clip of Trump. So, because there are famous clips of Trump that are very misleading as to what he was saying in context. And I've been honest about that. Like the whole, there were good people on both sides scandal around his remarks after Charlottesville. That the clip that got exported and got promoted by everyone, left of center, from Biden on down, the New York Times, CNN, there's nobody that I'm aware of who has honestly, apologized for what they did with that clip. That clip, he did not say what he seemed to be saying in that clip about the Nazis at Charlottesville, right? And I've always been very clear about that. So it's just, I even people who I think should be marginalized and people who should be defenestrated because they really are terrible people who are doing dangerous things and for bad reasons. I think we should be honest about what they actually meant in context, right? And this goes to anyone else we might talk about, who's more where the case is much more confusing. But yeah, so it's just so. And then I'm sure we're going to get to AI, but the prospect of being able to manufacture clips with AI and deep fakes, and that where it's going to be hard for most people most of the time to even figure out that whether they're in the presence of something real, Forget about being divorced from context. There was no context. I mean, that's a misinformation apocalypse that we're right on the cusp of, and it's terrifying.
Or it could be just a new world, like where Alice going to Wonderland, where humor is the only thing we have and it will save us. Maybe in the end, Trump's approach to social media was the right one after all. Nothing is true and everything is absurd.
But we can't live that way. People function on the basis of what they assume is true, right? They think
people have to function.
Well, to do anything, it's like, I mean, you have to know what you think is going to happen, or you have to at least give a probabilistic weighting over the future. Otherwise, you're going to be incapacitated by it. You're not going to, like, people want certain things, and they have to have a rational plan to get those desires gratified. And they don't want to die. They don't want their kids to die. You tell them that there's a comet hurtling toward Earth, and they should get outside and look up, right? They're going to do it, and if it turns out it's misinformation, it's going to matter, because it comes down to, like, what medicines do you give your children, right? We're going to be manufacturing fake journal articles. I'm sure someone's using ChatGPT for this, as we speak, and if it's not credible, if it's not persuasive now to most people, honestly, I don't think we're going to. I'll be amazed if it's a year before journal articles that would take a PhD to debunk that are completely fake. And there are people who are celebrating this kind of coming cataclysm, but it's just there are people who don't have anything to lose, so confused, they just don't even know what's at stake. And then there are the people who have the few people who we can count on a few hands who have managed to insulate themselves, or at least imagine they've insulated themselves from the downside here enough that they're not implicated in the great unraveling.
In terms of experts, do you think experts can save us? Is there such thing as expertise and experts in something? How do you know you achieved it?
I think it's important to acknowledge up front that there's something paradoxical about how we relate to authority, especially within science. And I don't think that paradox is going away, and it doesn't have to be confusing. It's not truly a paradox. It's just like there are different moments in time. So it is true to say that within science, or within rationality generally, whenever you're having a fact-based discussion about anything, it is true to say that the truth or falsity of a statement does not even slightly depend on the credentials of the person making the statement, right? So it doesn't matter if you're a Nobel laureate; you can be wrong, right? The last sentence you spoke could be total bullshit, right? And it's also possible for someone who's deeply uninformed to be right about something, or to be right for the wrong reasons, right? Or someone just gets lucky, or and there are middling cases where you have like a backyard astronomer who's got no credentials, but he just loves astronomy, and he's got a telescope, and he spends a lot of time looking at the night sky, and he discovers a comet that no one else has seen, not even the professional expert astronomers. I mean, I gotta think that happens less and less now, but some version of that keeps happening, and it may always keep happening in every area of expertise, right? So it's true that truth is orthogonal to the reputational concerns we have among apes who are talking about the truth. But it is also true that most of the time, real experts are much more reliable than frauds or people who are not experts, right? And expertise really is a thing, right? And when you're flying an airplane in a storm, you don't want just randos coming into the cockpit saying, "Listen, I've got a new idea about how we should tweak these controls," right? You want someone who's a trained pilot, and that training gave them something. Right? I gave them a set of competences and intuitions, and they know what all those dials and switches do, right? And I don't, right? I shouldn't be flying that plane. And so when things really matter, and putting this at 30,000 feet in a storm sharpens this puck, we want real experts to be in charge, right? And we are at 30,000 feet a lot of the time on a lot of issues, right? And whether they're public health issues, whether it's a geopolitical emergency like Ukraine, climate change. I mean, just pick your topic. There are real problems, and the clock is rather often ticking, and their solutions are non-obvious, right? And so expertise is a thing, and deferring to experts much of the time makes a lot of sense. It's at minimum it prevents spectacular errors of incompetence and just foolhardiness. But even in the case of some where you're talking about someone, people like ourselves who are like we're well educated, we're not the worst possible candidates for the Dunning-Kruger effect. When we're going into a new area where we're not experts, we're fairly alert to the possibility that we don't, it's not as simple as things seem at first, and we don't know how our tools translate to this new area. We can be fairly circumspect, but we're also, because we're well educated, and pretty quick studies, we can learn a lot of things pretty fast, and we can begin to play a language game that sounds fairly expert, right? And in that case, the invitation to do your own research, right, is when times are good, I view as an invitation to waste your time pointlessly, right? When times are good. Now, the truth is, times are not all that good, right? We have the ongoing public display of failures of expertise. We have experts who are obviously corrupted by bad incentives. We've got experts who perversely won't admit they were wrong when they in fact were demonstrated to be wrong. We've got institutions that have been captured by political ideology that's not truth tracking, and this whole woke encroachment into really every place, whether it's universities or science journals or government, or I mean, it's just like that has been genuinely deranging. And the very concept of expertise, massive difference when anything matters, when there's anything to know about anything, there's a massive difference most of the time between someone who has really done the work to understand that domain and someone who hasn't. And if I get sick, or someone close to me gets sick, I have a PhD in neuroscience, right? So I can read a medical journal article and understand a lot of it, right? And so I'm just fairly conversant with medical terminology. And I understand his methods, and I'm alert to the difference because because in neuroscience I've spent hours and hours in journal clubs, diagnosing, and analyzing the difference between good and bad studies. I'm alert to the difference between good and bad studies in medical journals, right? I understand that bad studies can get published, and etc. And experiments can be poorly designed. I'm alert to all of those things, but when I get sick or when someone close to me gets sick, I don't pretend to be a doctor, right? I've got no clinical experience. I don't go down the rabbit hole on Google for days at a stretch trying to become a doctor, much less a specialist in the domain of problem that has been visited upon me or my family, right? So if someone close to me gets cancer, I don't pretend to be an oncologist. I don't go out and start reading, in journals of oncology and try to really get up to speed as an oncologist, because it's one is a bad and intended and very likely misleading use of my time, right? And it's if I had a lot of runway, if I decided, okay, it's really important for me to know everything I can. At this point, I know someone's going to get cancer. I may not go back to school and become an oncologist, but what I want to do is I want to know everything I can know about cancer. Right? So I'm going to take the next 4 years and spend most of my time on cancer. Okay, I could do that, right? I still think that's a waste of my time. I still think even at the end of those 4 years, I'm not going to be the best person to form intuitions about what to do in the face of the next cancer that I have to confront. Um, I'm still going to want a better oncologist than I've become to tell me what he or she would do if they were in my shoes or in the shoes of a family member. I'm going to, I'm not advocating a blind trust in authority. Like if you get cancer and you're talking to one oncologist and they're recommending some course of treatment, by all means get a second opinion, get a third opinion, right? But it matters that those opinions are coming from real experts and not from, you know, Robert Kennedy Jr., who's telling you that, you got it because you got a vaccine, right? It's like, it's just, we're swimming in a sea of misinformation where you've got people who are moving the opinions of millions of others who should not have an opinion on these topics. Like there is no scenario in which you should be getting your opinion about vaccine safety or climate change or the war in Ukraine or anything else that we might want to talk about from Candace Owens, right? It's just like she's not a relevant expert on any of those topics, and what's more, she doesn't seem to care, right? And she's living in a culture that has amplified that not caring into a business model and an effective business model, right? So and that there's something very Trumpian about all that. Like that's the problem. The problem is the culture. It's not these specific individuals. So the paradox here is that expertise is a real thing, and we defer to it a lot as a labor saving device, and it's just based on the, the reality that it's very hard to be a polymath, right? And specialization is a thing, right? So the people who specialize in a very narrow topic, they know more about that topic than the next guy, no matter how smart that guy or gal is. Uh, and that those differences matter. But it's also true that when you're talking about facts, sometimes the best experts are wrong. The scientific consensus is wrong. You get a sea change in the thinking of a whole field because one person who's an outlier for whatever reason decides, okay, I'm going to prove this point, and they prove it, right? So somebody like the doctor who believed that stomach ulcers were not due to stress, but were due to H. pylori infections, right? So he just drank a vial of H. pylori bacteria and proved that, and he quickly got an ulcer and convinced the field that at minimum H. pylori was involved in that process. Okay, so yes, everyone was wrong. That doesn't disprove the reality of expertise. It doesn't disprove the utility of relying on experts most of the time, especially in an emergency, especially when the clock is ticking, especially when you're in this particular cockpit and you only have one chance to land this plane, right? You want the real pilot at the controls.
But there's just a few things to say. So one, you mentioned this example of cancer and doing your own research. There's several things that are different about our particular time in history. One, doing your own research has become more and more effective because you can read. The internet made information a lot more accessible, so you can read a lot of different meta-analyses. You can read blog posts that describe to you exactly the flaws in the different papers that make up the meta-analysis. And you can read a lot of those blog posts that are conflicting with each other, and you can take that information in, and in a short amount of time, you can start to make um, good faith interpretations. For example, I don't know, I don't want to overstate things, but if you suffer from depression, for example, then you could go to an expert and a doctor that prescribes you some medication. But you could also also challenge some of those ideas and seeing like what are the different medications, what are the different side effects, solutions to depression, all that kind of stuff. And I think depression is just a really difficult problem. I think it's there's a lot of variability of what depression really means. So being introspective about the type of depression you have and the different possible solutions you have. Just doing your own research as a first step before approaching a doctor or as you have multiple opinions could be very beneficial in that case. Now, that's depression. That's something that's been studied for a very long time. There's a new pandemic that's affecting everybody. It's with the airplane equated to like 9/11 or something. Like the new emergency just happened, and every expert in the world is publishing on it and talking about it. So doing your own research there could be exceptionally effective in asking questions. And then there's a difference between experts, virologists, and it's actually a good question, who is exactly the expert in a pandemic?
Yeah.
But there's the actual experts doing the research and publishing stuff, and then there's the communicators of that expertise. And the question is, if the communicators are flawed, to a degree where doing your own research is actually the more effective way to figure out policies and solutions. Because you're not competing with the experts, you're competing with the communicators of expertise. That could be WHO, CDC in the case of the pandemic, or politicians, or political type of science figures like Anthony Fauci. There's a question there of the effectiveness of doing your own research in that context. And the competing forces there, incentives that you mentioned, is you can become quite popular by being contrarian, by saying everybody's lying to you, all the authorities are lying to you, all the institutions are lying to you. So those are the waters you're swimming in.
Yeah.
But I think doing your own research in that kind of context could be quite effective.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying you shouldn't do any research. Right? I'm not saying that you shouldn't be informed about an issue. I'm not saying you shouldn't read articles on whatever the topic is. And yes, if I got cancer or someone close to me got cancer, I probably would read more about cancer than I've read thus far about cancer. And I've read some. So I'm not making a virtue of ignorance and of blind obedience to authority. And again, I recognize that authorities can discredit themselves, or they can be wrong. They can be wrong even when there's no discredit. There's a lot we don't understand about the nature of the world. But still, this vast gulf between truly informed opinion and bullshit exists. It always exists. And conspiracy thinking is rather often, most of the time, a species of bullshit, but it's not always wrong. Right? There are real conspiracies, and there really are just awful corruptions of born of bad incentives within our scientific processes, within institutions. And again, you mentioned a lot of these things in passing, but what woke political ideology did to scientific communication during the pandemic was awful,
yes,
and it was really corrosive of public trust, especially on the right, for understandable reasons. It was crazy, some of the things that were being said, and still is. And these cases are all different. Like you take depression. We just don't know enough about depression for anyone to be that confident about anything. Right? And there are many different modalities in which to interact with it as a problem. Right? So there's pharmaceuticals, have whatever promise they have, but there's certainly reason to be concerned that they don't work well for everybody, and it's obvious they don't work well for everybody, but they do work for some people. But again, depression is a multifactorial problem, and there are different levels at which to influence it. And there are things like meditation, there are things like just life changes, and one of the worst things about depression is that when you're depressed, all of the things that would be good for you to do are precisely the things you don't want to do. You don't have any energy to socialize, you don't want to get things done, you don't want to exercise, you don't, and all of those things, if you've got those up and running, they do make you feel better in the aggregate. But the reality is that there are clinical level depressions that are so bad that it's just we just don't have good tools for them, and it's not enough to tell you. There's no life change someone's going to embrace that is going to be an obvious remedy for that. Pandemics are obviously a complicated problem, but I would consider it much simpler than depression in terms of what's on the menu to be chosen among various choices.
Just less multifactorial.
The logic by which you would make those choices, yes. It's like we have a virus, we have a new virus. It's some version of bad. It's human transmissible. We're still catching up. We're catching up to every aspect of it.
We don't know how it spreads.
We don't know how
effective masks are.
Well, at a certain point, we knew it was respiratory, but
and
whether it's spread by fomites, we were confused about a lot of things, and we're still confused. It's been a moving target this whole time, and it's been changing this whole time. And our responses to it have been, we ramped up the vaccines as quickly as we could, but too quick for some, not quick enough for others. We could have done human challenge trials and got them out more quickly with better data. And I think that's something we should probably look at in the future, because that, to my eye, that would make ethical sense to do challenge trials. And so much of my concern about COVID, many people are confused about my concern about COVID. My concern about COVID has, for much of the time, not been narrowly focused on COVID itself, how dangerous I perceive COVID to be as an illness. It has been, for the longest time, even more a concern about our ability to respond to a truly scary pathogen next time. Outside those initial months, give me the first 6 months to be quite worried about COVID and the unraveling of society, but
the supply of toilet paper.
I want to secure a steady supply of toilet paper. But beyond that initial period, when we had a sense of what we were dealing with, and we had every hope that the vaccines are actually going to work, and we knew we were getting those vaccines in short order, right? Beyond that, and we knew just how dangerous the illness was and how dangerous it wasn't. For years now, I've just been worrying about this as a failed dress rehearsal for something much worse. Right? I think what we proved to ourselves at this moment in history is that we have built informational tools that we do not know how to use, and we have made we've basically enrolled all of human society into a psychological experiment that is deranging us and making it virtually impossible to solve coordination problems that we absolutely have to solve next time when things are worse.
Do you understand who's at fault for the way this unraveled? The way we didn't seem to have the distrust in institutions and institutional science that grew seemingly exponentially, or got revealed through this process. Who's at fault here? And what's the fix?
So much blame to go around, but so much of it is not a matter of bad people conspiring to do bad things. It's a matter of incompetence and misaligned incentives and just ordinary, just plain vanilla dysfunction.
My problem was that people like you, people like Brett Weinstein, people that I look to for reasonable, difficult conversations on difficult topics, have a little bit lost their mind, became emotional and dogmatic in the style of conversation, perhaps not in the depth of actual ideas, but I tweet something of that nature, not about you, but just it feels like the pandemic made people really more emotional than before. And then Kimball Musk responded, I think something I think you probably would agree with. Maybe not. I think it was the combo of Trump and the pandemic. Trump triggered the far left to be way more active than they could have been without him. And then the pandemic handed big government, nanny state lefties a huge platform on a silver platter, a 1-2 punch, and here we are.
I would agree with some of that. I'm not sure how much to read into the nanny state concept, but
yet, like, basically got people on the far left really activated,
yeah,
and then gave control to, I don't know if you say nanny state, but just controls the government. That, when executed poorly, has created a complete distrust in government.
My fear is that there was going to be that complete distrust anyway, given the nature of the information space, given the level of conspiracy thinking, given the gaming of these tools by an anti-vax cult. And there really is an anti-vax cult that just ramped up its energy during this moment.
But it's a small one.
It's not to say that every concern about vaccines is a species of born of misinformation or born of this cult, but there is a cult that is just, and the core of Trumpism is a cult. QAnon is a cult. And so there's a lot of lying and there's a lot of confusion. There are. It's almost impossible to exaggerate how confused some people are and how fully their lives are organized around that confusion. And there are people who think that the world's being run by pedophile cannibals, and that Tom Hanks and Oprah Winfrey and Michelle Obama are among those cannibals. I mean, like, they're adjacent to the pure crazy. There's the semi-crazy, and adjacent to the semi-crazy, there's the grifting, opportunist asshole. And the layers of bad faith are hard to fully diagnose. But the problem is, all of this is getting signal boosted by an outrage machine that is preferentially spreading misinformation. It has a business model that is guaranteeing that is preferentially sharing misinformation.
Yeah, actually, just a small tangent.
Yeah.
How do you defend yourself against the claim that you're a pedophile cannibal?
It's difficult.
Here's the case I would make, because I don't think you can use reason. I think you have to use empathy. You have to understand.
But what, like, part of it, I mean, I find it very difficult to believe that anyone believes these things. I mean, I think that I'm sure there's some number of people who are just pretending to believe these things because it's just, again, this is sort of like the 4chanification of everything. It's just Pepe the Frog, right? Like, none of this is what it seems. They're not signaling an alliance with white supremacy or neo-Nazism, but they're not doing it. Like, they just don't fucking care. It's just cynicism overflowing its banks, right? It's just fun to wind up the normies, right? Like, look at all the normies who don't understand that a green frog is just a green frog, even when it isn't just a green frog. Right? It's like it's just gumming up everyone with bullshit, right? I get that that's fun if you're a teenager and you just want to vandalize our newsphere. We have to recognize that real questions of human welfare are in play, right? There's like there are wars getting fought or not fought, and there's a pandemic raging, and there's medicine to take or not take. But I mean, to come back to this issue of COVID, I don't think I got so out of balance around COVID. I think people are quite confused about what I was concerned about. I mean, like, there was a period where I was crazy because anyone who was taking it seriously was crazy because they had no idea what was going on. So it's like, yes, I was wiping down packages with alcohol wipes, right? Because people thought it was transmissible by touch, right? And so when we realized that was no longer the case, I stopped doing that. But so again, it was a moving target, and a lot of things we did in hindsight around masking and school closures looked fairly dysfunctional, right?
But
unnecessary.
I think the criticism that people would say about your talking about COVID, and maybe you can correct me, but you were skeptical, or you were against skepticism of the safety and efficacy of the vaccine. So people who get nervous about the vaccine but don't fall into the usual anti-vax camp, which I think there was a significant enough number. They're getting nervous. I mean, especially after the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, I too was nervous about anything where a lot of money can be made. And you just see how the people who are greedy they come to the surface all of a sudden. And a lot of them that run institutions are actually really good human beings. I know a lot of them, but it's hard to know how those two combine together when there's hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars to be made. And so that skepticism, I guess the sense was that you weren't open enough to the skepticism.
I understand that people have that sense. I'll tell you how I thought about it and think about it. One, again, it was a moving target. So there was a point in the timeline where it was totally rational to expect that the vaccines were both working, but both they were reasonably safe, and that COVID was reasonably dangerous, and that the trade-off for basically everyone was it was rational to get vaccinated, given the level of testing and how many people had been vaccinated before you, given what we were seeing with COVID, right? That was a forced choice. You're eventually going to get COVID, and the question is, do you want to be vaccinated when you do? Right? And there was a period where that forced choice, where it was just obviously reasonable to get vaccinated, especially because there was every reason to expect that while it wasn't a perfectly sterilizing vaccine, it was going to knock down transmission a lot, and that matters. And so it wasn't just a personal choice. You were actually being a good citizen when you decided to run whatever risk you were going to run to get vaccinated, because there are people in our society who can't get vaccinated. I know people who can't take any vaccines. They're so allergic to they in their own person seem to justify all of the fears of the anti-vax cult. It's like they're the kind of person who Robert Kennedy Jr. can point to and say, "See, vaccines will fucking kill you," right? Because of the experience of, and worse still, I know people who have kids who fit that description, right? So we should all feel a civic responsibility to be vaccinated against egregiously awful and transmissible diseases for which we have relatively safe vaccines to keep those sorts of people safe.
And there was a period of time when it was thought that the vaccine could stop transmission.
Yes. And so again, all of this has begun to shift. I don't think it has shifted as much as Brett Weinstein thinks it's shifted, but yes, there are safety concerns around the mRNA vaccines, especially for young men, right? As far as I know, that's the purview of actual heightened concern. But also, there's now a lot of natural immunity out there. Basically everyone who's going to get vaccinated has gotten vaccinated. The virus has evolved to the point in this context where it seems less dangerous. Again, I'm going more on the seemings than on research that I've done at this point, but I'm certainly less worried about getting COVID. I've had it once. I've been vaccinated. So you ask me now, how do I feel about getting the next booster? I don't know that I'm going to get the next booster, right? So I was somebody who was waiting in line at 4 in the morning, hoping to get a just an overflow vaccine when it was first available. And that was at that point, given what we knew, or given what I thought I knew, based on the best sources I could consult, and based on anecdotes that were too vivid to ignore, both data and personal experience, it was totally rational for me to want to get that vaccine as soon as I could. And now I think it's totally rational for me to do a different kind of cost-benefit analysis and wonder, listen, do I really need to get a booster? Right? Like how many of these boosters am I going to get for the rest of my life? Really? And how safe is the mRNA vaccine for a man of my age? Right? And do I need to be worried about myocarditis? All of that is completely rational to talk about now. My concern is that at every point along the way, I was the wrong person, and Brett Weinstein was the wrong person, and there's many other people I could add to this list, to have strong opinions about any of this stuff.
I just disagree with that. I think, yes, in theory, I agree 100%, but I feel like experts failed at communicating, not at doing.
They did.
And I just feel like you and Brett Weinstein actually have the tools with the internet, given the engine you have in your brain of thinking for months at a time deeply about the problems that face our world, that you actually have the tools to do pretty good thinking here. The problem I have with experts,
but there would be deference to experts, yes, and pseudo experts behind all of that.
Well, the papers, you would stand on the shoulders of giants, but you can surf those shoulders better than the giants themselves.
Yeah, but I knew we were going to disagree about that. Like I saw his podcast where he brought on these experts who had, many of them had the right credentials, but for a variety of reasons, they didn't pass the smell test for me. One larger problem, this goes back to the problem of how we rely on authority in science, is that you can always find a PhD or an MD to champion any crackpot idea. Right? I mean, it is amazing, but you could find PhDs and MDs who would sit up there in front of Congress and say that they thought smoking was not addictive, or that it was not harmful. There was no direct link between smoking and lung cancer. You can always find those people, and you can and so, but some of the people Brett found were people who had obvious tells, to my point of view, to my eye, and I saw them on some of the same people who were on Rogan's podcast, right? And um, and it's hard because if the person does have the right credentials and they're not saying something floridly mistaken, and we're talking about something where they're genuine unknowns, right? Like how much do we know about the safety of these vaccines, right? It's at that point not a whole hell of a lot. I mean, we have no long-term data on mRNA vaccines, but to confidently say that millions of people are going to die because of these vaccines, and to confidently say that ivermectin is a panacea, right? Ivermectin is the thing that prevents COVID, right? There was no good reason to say either of those things at that moment, and so given that that's where Brett was, I felt like there was just there was nothing to debate. We're both the wrong people to be getting into the weeds on this. We're both going to defer to our chosen experts. His experts look like crackpots to me, and um, at least the ones who are most vociferous on those edgiest points seem most.
And your experts seem like, what is the term, mass hysteria? I forgot the term.
No, but it's like with climate science. This old perceived as a canard in half of our society now, but the claim that 97% of climate scientists agree that human-caused climate change is a thing, right? So do you go with the 97% most of the time, or do you go with the 3% most of the time? It's obvious you go with the 97% most of the time for anything that matters. It's not to say that the 3% are always wrong. Again, there are things get overturned, and yes, as you say, I've spent much more time worrying about this on my podcast than I've spent worrying about COVID. Our institutions, for good reason, right? And it's an open question whether we can actually get things done with this level of transparency and pseudo transparency given our information ecosystems. Like, can we fight a war? Really fight a war that we may have to fight, like the next Nazis? Can we fight that war when everyone with an iPhone is showing just how awful it is that little girls get blown up when we drop our bombs, right? Like, could we as a society do what we might have to do to actually get necessary things done when we're living in this panopticon of just everyone's a journalist, right? Everyone's a scientist, everyone's an expert, everyone's got direct contact with the facts or a semblance of the facts. I don't know.
I think yes, and I think voices like yours are exceptionally important, and I think there's certain signals you send in your ability to steal me on the other side, in your empathy, essentially. So that's the fight, that's the mechanism by which you resist the dogmatism of this binary thinking. And if you become a trusted person that's able to consider the other side, and people would listen to you as the aggregators, the communicators, expertise. Because the virologists haven't been able to be good communicators. I still, to this day, don't really know what am I supposed to think about the safety and efficacy of that vaccine today, as it stands today.
Right.
What are we supposed to think? What are we supposed to think about testing? What are we supposed to think about the effectiveness of masks or lockdowns? Where's the great communicators on this topic that considered all the other conspiracy theories, all the communication that's out there, and actually aggregate it together and be able to say this is actually what's most likely the truth. And also some of that has to do with humility, epistemic humility, knowing that you can't really know for sure. Just like with depression, you can't really know for sure. You know, where's those? I'm not seeing those communications being effectively done. I'm going to go into that.
Well, the jury is still out on some of it, and again, it's a moving target, and some of it's complicated. Some of it's a self-fulfilling dynamic where, like lockdowns, in theory, a lockdown would work if we could only do it, but we can't really do it. And there's a lot of people who won't do it because they're convinced that this is a totalitarian boot, finally on the neck of the good people who are always having their interests reduced by the elites, right? So, like, this is, if you have enough people who think that the lockdown, for any reason, in the face of any conceivable illness, right, is just code for the new world order coming to fuck you over and take your guns, right? Okay, you have a society that is now immune to reason, right? Because there are absolutely certain pathogens that we should lock down for next time, right? And it was completely rational in the beginning of this thing to lock down, to attempt to lock down. We never really locked down. To attempt some semblance of a lockdown, just to quote bend the curve, to spare our healthcare system, given what we were seeing happening in Italy. Right? Like, that moment was not hard to navigate. At least in my view, it was obvious at the time. In retrospect, my views on that haven't changed, except for the fact that I recognize maybe it's just impossible, given the nature of people's response to that kind of demand. Right? We live in a society that's just not going to lock down.
Unless the pandemic is much further removed.
Right. So that's a point I made, which was maliciously clipped out from some other podcast where someone's trying to make it look like I want to see children die. Look, it's a pity more children didn't die from COVID. Right. This is it's actually the same person who and that's the other thing that got so poisoned here. Like, that person, this psychopath or effective psychopath who's creating these clips of me on podcasts. The second clip of me seeming to say that I wish more children died during COVID, but it was so it was so clear in context what I was saying that even the clip betrayed the context, so it didn't actually work. This psycho, and again, I don't know whether he actually is a psychopath, but he's behaving like one because he's being sent to Twitter. This is somebody who Brett signal boosted as a very reliable source of information. Right? He kept retweeting this guy at me, against me, right? And this guy, at one glance, I knew how unreliable this guy was, right? But I think I'm not at all sad. One thing I think I did wrong, one thing that I do regret, one thing I have not sorted out for myself is how to navigate the professional and personal pressure that gets applied at this moment, where you have a friend or an acquaintance or someone you know who's behaving badly in public, or behaving badly, behaving in a way that you think is bad in public, and they have a public platform where they're influencing a lot of people, and you have your own public platform where you're constantly getting asked to comment on what this friend or acquaintance or colleague is doing. I haven't known what I think is ethically right about the choices that seem forced on us in moments like this. So, like, I've criticized you in public about your interview with Kanye. Now, in that case, I reached out to you in private first and told you exactly what I thought. And then when I was going to get asked in public, or when I was touching that topic on my podcast, I more or less said the same thing that I said to you in private. Right? Now, that was how I navigated that moment. I did the same thing with Elon, at least at the beginning. maintain good vibes, which is not what I say, but but
I don't think I disagree with you because good vibes in the moment. There's a deep core of good vibes that persists through time between you and Elon, and I would argue probably between some of the other folks you mentioned.
I think with Brett, I failed to reach out in private to the degree that I should have, and we never really had we had tried to set up a conversation in private that never happened, but there was some communication, but it would have been much better for me to have made more of an effort in private than I did before it spilled out into public. And I would say that's true with other people.
What kind of interaction in private do you think you should have with Brett? Because my case beforehand and now still, the case I would like, and this part of the criticism you sent my way, maybe it's useful to go to that direction. Actually, let's go to that direction because I think I disagree with your criticism as you stated publicly, but this is very
about your interview.
Yeah. The thing you criticized me for is actually the right thing to do with Brett. Okay, you said let's could have spoken with Kanye in such a way as to have produced a useful document. He didn't do that because he has a fairly naive philosophy about the power of love.
Let's see if you can maintain that philosophy in the present.
Let's go. No, it's beautiful. He seemed to think that if he just got through the minefield to the end of the conversation, if the two of them still were feeling good about one another and they can hug it out, that would be by definition a success. So let me make the case for the power of love philosophy. Right? First of all, I love you, Sam. You're an inspiration and somebody I deeply admire. Okay. The to me, in the case of Kanye, it's not only that you get through the conversation and have hugs, it's that the display that you're willing to do that has power. So even if it doesn't end in hugging, the actual turning the other cheek, the act of turning the other cheek itself communicates both to Kanye later and to the rest of the world that we should have empathy and compassion towards each other. There is power to that. Maybe that is naive, but I believe in the power of that. So it's not that I'm trying to convince Kanye that some of his ideas are wrong, but I'm trying to illustrate that just the act of listening and truly trying to understand another human being, that is opens people's minds to actually questioning their own beliefs more. It takes them out of the dogmatism, de-escalates the kind of uh, dogmatism that they see. So in that sense, I would say the power of love is actually the philosophy you might apply to Brett, because the right conversation you have in private is not about, hey, listen, the experts you're talking to, they seem credentialed, but they're not actually as credentialed as they're illustrating. They're not grounding their findings in the actual meta-analyses and papers and so on. Like making a strong case. Like, what are you doing? It's going to get a lot of people in trouble. But instead, just saying, like, being a friend in the dumbest of ways, being like respectful, sending love their way, and just having a conversation outside of all of this. Outside, like basically, showing that like removing the emotional attachment to this debate. Even though you are very emotionally attached, because in the case of COVID specifically, there is a very large number of lives at stake. But removing all of that and remembering that you have a friendship.
Yeah, well, so I think these are highly non-analogous cases. The conversation with Kanye misfired, from my point of view, for a very different reason. It has to do with Kanye. I mean, because Kanye, I don't know. I've never met Kanye. Obviously, I don't know him. But I think he's either obviously in the midst of a mental health crisis, or he's a colossal asshole, or both. I mean, those aren't mutually exclusive. So one of three possibilities. He's either mentally ill, he's an asshole, or he's mentally ill and an asshole.
I think all three of those possibilities are possible for mental health as well.
No, I would argue none of those are likely for either of us. But not to say we don't have our moments, but so the reason not to talk to Kanye, so I think you should have had the conversation conversation you had with him in private, that's great. And I've got no criticism of what you said had it been in private. In public, I just thought you're not doing him a favor. If he's mentally ill, right? He's in the middle of a manic episode, or I'm not a clinician, but I've heard it said of him that he is bipolar. You're not doing him a favor sticking a mic in front of him and letting him go off on the Jews or anything else, right? We know what he thought about the Jews. We know that there's not much illumination that's going to come from him on that topic. And if it is a symptom of his mental illness that he thinks these things, well, then you're not doing him a favor making that even more public. If he's just an asshole and he's just an anti-Semite, an ordinary garden variety anti-Semite, well then there's also not much to say unless you're really going to dig in and kick the shit out of him in public. And I'm saying you can do that with love. I mean, that's the other thing here is that I don't agree that compassion and love always have this patient, embracing, acquiescent face, right? They don't always feel good to the recipient, right? There is a sword of wisdom that you can wield compassionately in moments like that, where someone's full of shit and you just make it absolutely clear to them and to your audience that they're full of shit. And there's no hatred being communicated. In fact, you could just listen, I'm going to do everyone a favor right now and just take your foot out of your mouth um, and the truth is, I just wouldn't have aired the conversation. I just don't think it was a document that had to get out there. Right? I get that many people. This is not a signal you're likely to get from your audience. Right? I get that many people in your audience thought, "Oh my God, that's awesome! You're talking to Kanye and you're doing it in Lex style, where it's just love, and you're not treating him like a pariah, and you're holding this tension between he's this creative genius who we of course we love, and yet he's having this moment that's so painful and." What a tightrope walk, and I get that maybe 90% of your audience saw it that way. They're still wrong, and I still think that is unbalanced, not a good thing to put out into the world.
You don't think it opens up the mind and heart of people that listen to that? Just have it.
Seeing a person. If it does, it's opening up in the wrong direction where just gale force nonsense is coming in. I think we should have an open mind and an open heart, but there's some clear things here that we have to keep in view. One is the mental illness component is its own thing. I don't pretend to understand what's going on with him, but insofar as that's the reason he's saying what he's saying, do not put this guy on camera and let me.
I had this. Sorry, that point real quick. I had a bunch of conversations with him offline, and I didn't get a sense of mental illness. That's why I chose to sit down. And I didn't get it. I mean, mental illness is such a.
But when it shows up in a GIF hood on Alex Jones' podcast, either that's more, genius performance in his world, or he's unraveling further.
I wouldn't put that under mental illness. I think there's another conversation to be had about how we treat artists.
Right.
Because they're weirdos. They're very. I mean, taking words from Kanye as if he's like Christopher Hitchens or something like that. Like very eloquent, researched, written many books on history, on politics, on geopolitics, on psychology. Kanye didn't do any of that. He's an artist that's body on. So it's a different style of conversation and a different way to treat the words that are coming out of his mouth.
Let's leave the mental illness aside. So if we're going to say that there's no reason to think he's mentally ill, and this is just him being creative and brilliant and opinionated, well then that falls into the asshole bucket for me. It's like then he's someone, and honestly the most offensive thing about him in that interview, from my point of view, is not the anti-Semitism, which we can talk about. So I think there are problems just letting him spread those memes as well. But the most offensive thing is just how delusionally egocentric he is, or was coming off in that interview and in others. Like he has an estimation of himself as this omnibus genius to rival, not only to rival Shakespeare, to exceed Shakespeare. Right? I mean, it's like he is the greatest mind that has ever walked among us, and he's more or less explicit on that point, and yet he manages to genius who understands everything, but nobody takes him seriously. And one wonders whether Trump takes himself seriously. Kanye seems to believe his own press. He actually thinks he's just a colossus, and he may be a great musician. I'm not certainly not my wheelhouse to compare him to any other musicians, but um, one thing that's patently obvious from your conversations is he's not who he thinks he is intellectually or ethically or in any other relevant way. And so when you couple that to the anti-Semitism he was spreading, which was genuinely noxious and ill-considered and has potential knock-on effects in the black community. And there's an ambient level of anti-Semitism in the black community that is worth worrying about and talking about anyway. There's a bunch of guys, playing the knockout game in Brooklyn, just punching Orthodox Jews in the face. And I think letting Kanye air his anti-Semitism that publicly only raises the likelihood of that rather than diminishes it.
I don't know. So let me just say just a couple things. So one, my belief at the time was it doesn't. It decreases it. Showing empathy while pushing back decreases the likelihood of that. It might on the surface look like it's increasing it, but that's simply because the anti-Semitism or the hatred in general is brought to the surface, and then people talk about it. But I should also say that you're one of the only people that wrote to me privately criticizing me, and like out of the people I really respect and admire, and that was really valuable. But like it's painful because I had to think through it for a while. And it still haunts me because the other kind of criticism I got a lot of people basically said things towards me based on who I am that they hate me.
You mean anti-Semitic things, or
anti-Semitic? I just hate the word anti-Semitic. It's like racist.
But here's the reality. I'm Jewish, although I'm not religious. I have never taken. I've been a student of the Holocaust. Obviously, I know a lot about that, and there's reason to be a student of the Holocaust. But in my lifetime and in my experience, I have never taken anti-Semitism very seriously. I have not worried about it. I have not made a thing of it. I've done exactly one podcast on it. I had Barry Weiss on my podcast when the book came out. But it really is a thing, and it's something we have to keep an eye on societally because it's a unique kind of hatred. Right? It's unique in that it's knit together with, it's not just ordinary racism. It's knit together with lots of conspiracy theories that never seem to die out. It can by turns equally animate the left and the right politically. I mean, what's so perverse about anti-Semitism, of course, in the American context, for the far right, white supremacists, Jews aren't considered white, so they hate us in the same spirit in which they hate black people or brown people or anyone who's not white. But on the left, Jews are considered extra white. We're the extra beneficiaries of white privilege, right? And in the black community, that is often the case, right? We're a minority that has thrived, and it seems to stand as a counterpoint to all of the problems that other minorities suffer, in particular, African Americans in the American context. And yeah, Asians are now getting a little bit of this, like the model minority issue. But Jews have had this going on for centuries and millennia, and it never seems to go away. And this is something that I've never focused on, but this has been at a slow boil for as long as we've been alive, and there's no guarantee it can't suddenly become much, much uglier than we have any reason to expect it to become, even in our society. So there's kind of a special concern at moments like that where you have an immensely influential person in a community who already has a checkered history with respect to their own beliefs about the Jews and conspiracies and all the rest. And he's just messaging, not especially fully opposed by you and anyone else who's given him the microphone at that moment, to the that made my spidey sense tingle.
Yeah, it's complicated. The stakes are very high, and as somebody who's been obviously family and also reading a lot about World War II, and just this whole period is a very difficult conversation. I believe in the power, especially given who I am, of not always, but sometimes, often turning the other cheek.
Oh yeah, and again, things change when they're for public consumption. When you're it's like the cut for me that is the use case I keep stumbling upon is the kinds of things that I will say on a podcast like this or giving a public lecture versus the kinds of things I will say at dinner with strangers or with friends. Like if you're in an elevator, like if I'm in an elevator with strangers, I do not feel, and I hear someone say something stupid, I don't feel an intellectual responsibility to turn around in the confines of that space with them and say, listen, that thing you just said about X, Y, or Z is completely false, and here's why, right? But if somebody says it in front of me on a public dais where I'm actually talking about ideas, that's when there's a different responsibility that comes on mind.
The question is how you say it,
or even whether you say anything in those. There are moments. There are definitely moments to privilege civility or just to pick your battles. Sometimes it's just not worth it to get into it with somebody out in real life.
I just believe in the power of empathy, both in the elevator and when a bunch of people are listening. That when they see you willing to consider another human being's perspective, it just gives more power to your words after.
Well, yeah, but until it doesn't, like because you can
right.
You can extend charity too far, right? Like it can be absolutely obvious what someone's motives really are, and they're dissembling about that, right? So then you're taking at face value their representations begins to look like you're just being duped, and you're not actually doing the work of putting pressure on a bad actor. So it's and again the mental illness component here makes it very difficult to think about what you should or shouldn't have said at the time.
So I think the topic of platforming is pretty interesting. Like, what's your view on platforming controversial people? Let's start with the old. Did you interview Hitler on your podcast, and how would you talk to him? Oh, and follow-up question: did you interview him in 1935, 41, and then like 45?
Well, I think we have an uncanny valley problem with respect to this issue of whether or not to speak to bad people, right? So if a person's sufficiently bad, right, all the way out of the valley, then you can talk to them, and it's totally unproblematic to talk to them. You don't have to spend any time signaling to your audience that you don't agree with them. And if you're interviewing Hitler, you don't have to say, listen, I just got to say before we start, I don't agree with the whole genocide thing, and I just think you're killing mental patients and bands and all that. That was all bad. It's a bad look. Adolf. So you just it can go without saying that you don't agree with this person, and you're not platforming them to signal boost their views. You're just trying to. If they're sufficiently evil, you can go into it very much as an anthropologist would. You just want to understand the nature of evil. Right? You just want to understand this phenomenon. Like, how is this person who they are? Right? And that strikes me as a intellectually interesting and morally necessary thing to do. Right? So yes, you always interview Hitler.
Wait.
Well, when you know once he's hit,
but when do you know it?
Once he's legitimately.
But when do you know it? Is genocide really happening?
Yeah.
42.
No, if you're on the cusp of it, where he's someone who's gaining power, and you don't want to help facilitate that, then there's a question of whether you can undermine him while pushing back against him in that interview. So there are people I wouldn't talk to just because I don't want to give them oxygen, and I don't think that in the context of my interviewing them, I'm going to be able to take the wind out of their sails at all, right? So whatever. advantage because they just know that they can do something that they within the span of an hour that I can't correct for. You know, it's like they can light many small fires, and it just takes too much time to put them out.
That's more like on the topic of vaccines, having an opinion on the efficacy of vaccines.
Yeah. It's not that I don't think sunlight is usually the best disinfectant. I think it is. Even these asymmetries aside, I mean, it is true that a person can always make a mess faster than you can clean it up, right? But still, there are debates worth having, even given that limitation. And they're the right people to have those specific debates. And there's certain topics where, you know, I'll debate someone just because I'm the right person for the job, and it doesn't matter how messy they're going to be. It's just worth it because I can make my points land at least to the right part of the audience.
So some of it is just your own skill and competence, and also interest in preparing correctly.
Well, yeah, and the nature of the subject matter, but there are other people who just by default I would say, well, there's no reason to give this guy a platform. And there are also people who are so confabulatory that they're making such a mess with every sentence that you, insofar as you're even trying to interact with what they're saying, you're by definition going to fail, and you're going to seem to fail to a sufficiently large uninformed audience where it's going to be a net negative for the cause of truth, no matter how good you are. So, like, for instance, I think talking to Alex Jones on any topic for any reason is probably a bad idea, because I just think he's just neurologically wired to just utter a string of sentences. He'll get 20 sentences out, each of which is, you know, contains more lies than the last, and there's not time enough in the world to run down, and certainly not time enough in the span of a conversation to run down each of those leads to bedrock so as to falsify it. And he'll just make shit up, or make shit up and then weave it in with you know, half truths and micro truths that give some semblance of credibility to somebody out there. I mean, apparently millions of people out there. And there's just no way to untangle that in real time.
I have noticed that you have an allergic reaction to confabularization.
Yeah, confabulation.
Confabulation. Yeah. That if somebody says something a little micro untruth, it really stops your brain.
Here I'm not talking about micro untruths. I'm just talking about making up things out of whole cloth. Just like if someone says something, well, what about? And then the thing they put at the end of that sentence is just a set of pseudo facts, right? That you can't possibly authenticate or not in the span of that conversation. They will, you know, whether it's about UFOs or anything else, right? They will seem to make you look like an ignoramus when, in fact, everything they're saying is specious, right? Whether they know it or not. I mean, there's some people who are just crazy. There's some people who are just bullshitting, and they're not even tracking whether it's true. It just feels good. And there's some people who are consciously lying about things.
But don't you think that's just a kind of jazz masterpiece of untruth that you should be able to just wave off by saying, like, well, none of that is backed up by any evidence. It's just almost like take it to the humor place.
Well, but the thing is there's the place I'm familiar with doing this and not doing this is on specific conspiracies like 9/11 truth. So like 9/11. So because of what 9/11 did to my intellectual life. I mean, it really just, you know, it sent me down a path for the better part of a decade. In fact, I became a critic of religion. Well, I don't know if I was ever going to be a critic of religion, right? Like I said, it happened to be in my wheelhouse because I spent so much time studying religion on my own, and I was also very interested in the underlying spiritual concerns of every religion. And so I devoted more than a full decade of my life to just, you know, what is real here? What is possible? What is the nature of subjective reality, and how does it relate to reality at large? And is there anything to, you know, who was someone like Jesus or Buddha, and are these people frauds, or are they it's just myths, or is there really a continuum of insight to be had here that is interesting? So I spent a lot of time on that question through the full decade of my 20s.
And that was launched in part by 9/11 Truthing.
No, but then when 9/11 happened, I spent all this time reading religious books, empathically understanding the motivations of religious people, right? Knowing just how fully certain people believe what they say they believe, right? So I took religious convictions very seriously. And then people started flying planes into our buildings, and so I knew that there was something to be said about
allegedly
the core doctrines of Islam. Yeah, exactly. So I went down. So that became my wheelhouse for a time. Terrorism and jihadism and related topics. And so the 9/11 Truth conspiracy thing kept getting aimed at me, and the question was, well, do I want to debate these people? Right?
Yeah. Like Alex Jones, perhaps.
Yeah, so Alex Jones, I think, was an early purveyor of it, although I don't think I knew who he was at that point. And privately, I had some very long debates with people who, one person in my family went way down that rabbit hole, and I just, every 6 months or so, I literally write a 2-hour email, and it would try to deprogram him, however ineffectually. And so I went back and forth for years on that topic in private with people. But I could see the structure of the conspiracy. I could see the nature of how impossible it was to convince anyone of anything who was not seeing the problematic structure of that way of thinking. I mean, it's not actually a thesis. It's a proliferation of anomalies that you can't actually connect all the dots that are being pointed to. They don't connect in a coherent way. They're incompatible theses that are not, and their incompatibility is not being acknowledged. But they're running this algorithm. Things are never what they seem. There's always malicious conspirators doing things perfectly. We see evidence of human incompetence everywhere else. No one can tie their shoes, expertly anywhere else. But over here, people are perfectly competent. They're perfectly concealing things. Like thousands of people are collaborating, inexplicably. Incentivized by what? Who knows? They're collaborating to murder thousands of their neighbors, and no one is breathing a peep about it. No one's getting caught on camera. No one breathed a word of it to a journalist. And so I've dealt with that style of thinking, and I know what it's like to be in the weeds of a conversation like that, and the person will say, okay, well, but what do you make of the fact that all those F-16s were flown 800 miles out to sea on the morning of 9/11 doing an exercise that hadn't even been scheduled for that day? Now, all of these, I dimly recall some thesis of that kind, but I'm just making these things up now, right? So that detail hadn't even been scheduled for that day. It was inexplicably run that day. But how long would it take to track that down, right? The idea that this is anomalous, like it was an F-16 exercise run and it wasn't even supposed to be run that day, right? Someone like Alex Jones, their speech pattern is to pack as much of that stuff in as possible at the highest velocity that the person can speak. And unless you're knocking down each one of those things, to that audience, you appear to just be uninformed. You appear to just not be, he didn't know about the F-16? He doesn't know about Project Mockingbird? You haven't heard about Project Mockingbird? I just made up Project Mockingbird. I don't know what it is, but that's the kind of thing that comes tumbling out in a conversation like that. That's the kind of thing, frankly, I was worried about in the COVID conversation, because not that someone like Brett would do it consciously, but someone like Brett is swimming in a sea of misinformation on social, living on Twitter, getting people sending the blog posts and the study from the Philippines to show in this cohort, ivermectin did X, right? And not like to actually run anything to ground, right? You have to actually do the work journalistically and scientifically and run it to ground, right? So for some of these questions, you actually have to be a statistician to say, okay, they used the wrong statistics in this experiment, right? Now, yes, we could take all the time to do that, or we could at every stage along the way, in a context where we have experts we can trust, go with what 97% of the experts are saying about X, about the safety of mRNA, about the transmissibility of COVID, about whether to wear masks or not wear masks. And I completely agree that broke down unacceptably over the last few years. But I think that's largely social media and blogs and the efforts of podcasters and Substack writers were not just a response to that. I think it was a symptom of that and a cause of that, right? And I think we're living in an environment where people basically we've trained ourselves not to be able to agree about facts on any topic, no matter how urgent, right? What's flying in our sky? What's happening in Ukraine? Is Putin just denazifying Ukraine? I mean, like, there are people who we respect who are spending time down that particular rabbit hole. Like this is maybe there are a lot of Nazis in Ukraine, and that's the real problem. Right? Putin's Putin's not the bad actor here. Right? How much time do I have to spend empathizing with Putin to the point of thinking, well, maybe Putin's got a point, and it's like, well, what about the polonium and the nerve agents and the killing of journalists and the Navalny and like, does that count? Well, no. Listen, I'm not paying so much attention to that because I'm following all these interesting people on Twitter, and they're giving me some pro-Putin material here. And there are some Nazis in Ukraine. It's not like there are no Nazis in Ukraine. How am I going to weight these things? I think people are being driven crazy by Twitter.
Yeah. But you're kind of speaking to conspiracy theories that pollute everything, but every example you give is kind of a bad faith style of conversation.
But not necessarily knowingly bad faith by the people who are worried about Ukrainian Nazis. They're some of the same people. They're the same people who are worried about ivermectin got suppressed. Like ivermectin is really the panacea, but it got suppressed because no one could make billions on it. It's the same. It's literally in many cases the same people and the same efforts to unearth those.
And you're saying it's very difficult to have conversations with them. What about conversation with Trump, for example? Would you dare talk to him?
No, I don't think I'd be learning anything about him. It's like with Hitler. I'm not comparing Trump to Hitler, but
Clips guy, here's your chance. Yeah. You got this one.
With certain world historical figures, I would just feel like, okay, this is an opportunity to learn something that I'm not going to learn. I think Trump is among the most superficial people we've ever laid eyes on. Like he is in public view, right? And I'm sure there's some distance between who he is in private and who he is in public, but it's not going to be the kind of distance that's going to blow my mind. And I think so. I think the liability of for instance, I think Joe Rogan was very wise not to have Trump on his podcast. I think all he would have been doing is he would have put himself in a situation where he couldn't adequately contain the damage Trump was doing, and he was just going to make Trump seem cool to a whole new, potentially new cohort of his massive audience. Right? But they would have had a lot of laughs. Trump's funny. The entertainment value of things is so influential. mean, there was that one debate where Trump, got a massive laugh on his line, only Rosie O'Donnell, right? The truth is, we're living in a political system where if you can get a big laugh during a political debate, you win. It doesn't matter who you are. Like that's the level of it doesn't matter how uninformed you are. It doesn't matter that half the debate was about what the hell we should do about threat of nuclear war or anything else. It's we're monkeys, right? And we like to laugh.
But because you brought up Joe, he's somebody like you I look up to. I've learned a lot from him. Just I think who he is privately as a human being. Also, he's kind of the voice of curiosity to me. He inspired me that was an unending, open-minded curiosity. Much like you are the voice of reason. They recently had a podcast. Joe had recently had a podcast with Jordan Peterson, and he brought you up saying they still have a hope for you.
Yeah.
Any chance you talk to Joe again and reinvigorate your friendship?
Yeah, well, I reached out to him privately when I saw that.
Did you use the power of love?
Joe knows I love him, consider him a friend, right? So there's no issue there. He also knows I'll be happy to do his podcast when we get that together. So I've got no policy of not talking to Joe or not doing his podcast. I think we got a little sideways along these same lines where we talked about Brett and Elon and other people. It was never to that degree with Joe because
Yo, what's up, AFK?
Joe's in a very different lane, right? He's and consciously so. Joe is a stand-up comic who interviews, who just is interested in everything, interviews the widest conceivable variety of people, and just lets his interests collide with their expertise or lack of expertise. Again, it's just a wide variety of people. He'll talk about anything, and he can always pull the ripcord, saying, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm a comic. I'm stoned. We just drank too much, right? And very entertaining. It's all in, to my eye, it's all in good faith. I think Joe is an extraordinarily ethical, good person.
Also doesn't use Twitter. Doesn't really use
Twitter. Right. Yeah. Right. But the crucial difference is because he is an entertainer first. I mean, I'm not saying he's not smart and doesn't understand things. He is. What's potentially confusing is he's very smart and he's also very informed. His full-time job is talking. When he's not doing stand-up or doing color commentary for the UFC, his full-time job is talking to lots of very smart people at great length. So he's created the Joe Rogan University for himself, and he's gotten a lot of information crammed into his head. So it's not that he's uninformed, but he can always, when he feels that he's uninformed, or when it turns out he was wrong about something, he can always pull the ripcord and say, hey, I'm just a comic. We were stoned. It was fun. Don't take medical advice from me. I don't play a doctor on you.
Good.
I can't quite do that. Right?
You know what's up.
You can't quite do that.
What's
we're
good?
in different lanes. I'm not saying you are in exactly the same lane, but for much of Joe's audience, I'm just this establishment shill banging on about the universities and medical journals and it's not true, but that would be the perception. And as a counterpoint to a lot of what's being said on Joe's podcast or certainly Brett's podcast on these topics, I can see how they would form that opinion. But in reality, if you listen to me long enough, you hear that I've said as much against the woke nonsense as anyone, even any lunatic on the right who can only keep that bright shining object in view, right? So there's nothing that Candace Owens has said about wokeness that I haven't said about wokeness so far as she's speaking rationally about wokeness. But we have to be able to keep multiple things in view. Right? If you could only look at the problem of wokeness and you couldn't acknowledge the problem of Trump and Trumpism and QAnon and the explosion of irrationality that was happening on the right and bigotry that was happening on the right, you're just disregarding half of the landscape. And many people took half of the problem in recent years. In the last 5 years, the story of many people taking half of the problem and monetizing that half of the problem, and getting captured by an audience that only wanted that half of the problem talked about in that way. And this is a larger issue of audience capture, which is very, I'm sure it's an ancient problem, but it's a very helpful phrase that I think comes to us courtesy of our mutual friend Eric Weinstein. And audience capture is a thing, and I believe I've witnessed many casualties of it. And if there's anything I've been on guard against in my life, professionally, it's been that. And when I noticed that I had a lot of people in my audience who didn't like my criticizing Trump, I really leaned into it. And when I noticed that a lot of the other cohort of my audience didn't like me criticizing the far left and wokeness, they thought I was exaggerating that problem, I leaned into it because I thought those parts of my audience were absolutely wrong. And I didn't care about whether I was going to lose those parts of my audience. There are people who have created, knowingly or not, there are people who created different incentives for themselves because of how they've monetized their podcast, because of the kind of signal they've responded to in their audience. And I worry about, and Brett is considered a totally insidious ad hominem thing to say, but I really do worry that that's happened to Brett. I cannot explain how you do 100, with all the things in the universe to be interested in, and of all the things he's competent to speak intelligently about. I don't know how you do 100 podcasts in a row on COVID. It's just, it makes no sense.
Do you think, in part, audience capture can explain that?
All right, big dog. You are fault. Alright, friends, I think I'm next. Last week today, you weren't aware we did Adele. A telephone featuring music. Available, I answered my basic. You say breaking up for me. I'm not in the big. I love it. I love this. I don't know what to say. It's like the number on the plate. And you forgive me. Nothing you do that. And you won't stop calling me kind of bitch. I'm gonna be more than myself. I don't talk more. I left my head and my heart on dance floor. Telephone telephone teaching Beyonce and make some people. Me, my
Things that I